Buenos días.
Good morning and welcome to EmpoderaLIVE2024, the landmark international event on civic technology. This is Noxian number 3 by Eric Satie, interpreted by Javier Pucci. Please a round of applause for the piano player. This event is a very heartfelt event for Cyber Voluntarios Foundation because it's a family event in the city of Malaga. And the official opening is chaired by Alicia Izquierdo, Municipal Councillor for Innovation, and the president and founder of Cyber Voluntarios Foundation, Yolanda Rueda. Welcome to Malaga, especially all of you who come from abroad.
Quería
And I wanted to say that this kind of events in this city are fundamental because we all understand that technology can really can be the source of many inequalities for people who have access to it and people who don't. And Malaga is now living a situation, a very special moment in time where technology is driving the changes in the city. But the City Council understands this is also a sensitive issue because we can create two different cities, two different speeds, and technology has to be for us, for all citizens of this city, which is our responsibility for all the population, and it also has to facilitate our lives. It cannot be an added complexity for people. And this is something we bear in mind, especially in my group, in my team, innovation and digital transformation. And we know that the only way to prevent this from happening is through innovation and paying attention to the people who might be left behind because of their social background, their age, people who might have a hard time trying to keep it up with the changes. So this type of events is a pillar of our strategy. 20 leaders will be delivering their speeches and presenting from here, and they will be showing you how technology must not be a source of marginalization. I'm sure you will be talking about artificial intelligence, which is an absolute disruptor of the whole world. And I honestly think it will be a facilitator for this kind of to bridge the gap between these two kinds of people, those who have access to technology, the early adopters and those who lag behind. Artificial intelligence speaks our language and communicates in the same way, so it will be a facilitator to try and prevent this marginalization. But you are the experts, and you will talk about it in depth. And I just want to talk about the importance of next generation internet and Horizon Europe that will be also discussed in this forum. I just want to insist on the fact that technology needs to facilitate things, needs to make things easier for us humans. So I hope you do a lot of networking and interact with each other and make the most of this. Thank you, Alicia. It is a real pleasure. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to EmpoderaLIVE. The 16th edition. Thank you if you're following us on the streaming.
And in this moment, you come here
for sharing your ideas, your knowledge, your time now for creating a new world, the better world through the technology. For me, it's very important, and I hope you spend today and tomorrow for the people, for the assistant, for the participant, because it's very important for us this space to think about how we create a better world through the technology. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you for being here today. This year will be the continuation of the 2 last years where we have been talking about digital sovereignty. Those of you who know Cyber Voluntarios for more than 20 years, you know that we are optimistic because we believe in technology. We think it's the most important tool we have in our hands. This is a great moment in time, and we can use it to try and bridge social gaps related to education, participation, health. But this year, we want to talk about it from a different perspective, because many people are pessimistic and think that technology is only in the hands of a few, that internet is becoming more and more private, more privatized. And if we think that internet did not exist for most of us 30 years ago, and now that we're being dazzled by all the opportunities or chances or possibilities that technology offers, but only from a consumption point of view, now we want you to become active key players in the use of technology. The technology that surrounds us, this tool is not just about companies or institutions. It's a question of all of us. The engaged companies, for example, the one created by Pelonomi and Melania. Pelonomi is one of the top most influential 100 most influential women in the world according to the Time magazine. So you will be showing us how we can use technology to empower groups of people who need to use that technology to really generate a local economy who will be on the hands of the people who will cater for those needs, who will satisfy those needs. So instead of it being a biased tool, we want to own the data, we want to guarantee the privacy. We need to make sure that data really make for an inclusive world. We want to open the can of worms, and we want to talk to people such as Marlene Sticker, who will be closing this edition. Marlene has been working on digital sovereignty since 1993, and she will be talking about how to guarantee that technology is at the service of the public spaces so that it can be ethical, transparent, open. And the best place to do it is in Malaga, who's working on technology, and we need to discuss how to do this with technology. So I am very happy to be here. And we're very happy to be working with all of you, and especially here in Malaga and in Europe, that is boosting a different way of making technology real. So this is a networking event. Thank you. So this is EmpoderaLIVE2024.
Muchísimas gracias, Javier.
Thank you, Javier. So you have just heard Notion number 4 by Eric Satie. And now this is the beginning of the presentation slot, EmpoderaLIVE 2024. But let me remind you of the hashtag EmpoderaLIVE or EmpoderaLIVE2024 if you want to share anything about this in your social media. So now we will be talking about decoding digital capitalization to boost local talent. And we have Pelonomi Moilo, the founder of Lelapa AI, one of the top 100 most influential people according to the Time magazine, and she will be interviewed by Yolanda, who has been working on television for many years, who created a digital communication company called Mejor Dicho. You have the floor and the couch. Good morning. So I have to open the first can of worms, as Yolanda said. And if you want to listen to the Spanish interpretation, please go get some headphones. They are outside. So my name is Susana Roza Vigil. And my name has been subjected to many different pronunciations around the world. And every time I heard my family names and my name pronounced differently, I thought that it was losing my identity. And Paranami is trying to help us get identified with what we are. So we are opening more cans of worms. Well, we want to open the stage to you, so I will be conducting the interview. And please, if you want to make questions, don't hesitate because we will give you a mic. And now we'll switch to English.
Good. I'm so glad we are together. There's this expression in Spanish that says, open the melon. That means that we're going to open up a subject which is like profound and deep. Mm-hmm. And just to introduce you, I'm going to get this concept. It's an African concept that, let me see my notes, Ubuntu means I am because you are. It's the concept of family. I'm not if you are not, so that's the group. And that's the concept Pelonomi has created as the idea of her project. And before I start my questioning, I want you, please, to explain to us what is your concept about. Tell us.
Yeah, so I am in the space of computers and technology. Growing up, I didn't believe that computers and technology was made for people like me. I didn't see us in the movies, in the sci-fi films. But later on, I went to study electrical engineering. And part of what I realized was that the reason why technology did not feel like it was made for me is because it wasn't. And a lot of the technology that has been made that exists in the world wasn't actually made for us. It was inspired by motivations of developing weapons of war, or in order to separate people, or to make a lot of money for big companies. And the whole concept of using Ubuntu as a foundation for building our technology means that we are building technology that is made for us, to make the world a nicer place for more people, rather than dividing people.
Fantastic. Let me go back to names, because your company name is Lelapa Artificial Intelligence. Your project is called Bula Bula. Explain a little bit more about the meaning of it, and what do you do?
Yeah, so I think maybe in some places in the world, names don't have a lot of meaning. But in South Africa and on the African continent, names often are a wish or almost a spell bestowed upon something that thing then needs to embody. So for example, Lelapa means home, family, community, which is not automatically a concept that you consider when you think about AI. AI automatically instills fear in people, it instills separation, progression into a future that is a bit more isolated, and we wanted to turn that around and say, no, technology should be something that brings us together and helps us to be more human. And then Vula Vula is a name derived from one of South Africa's 12 official languages. We have 12 of them. And it means speak. Because we believe that technology should be able to speak the language of its users, and that people should not have to switch a language or try to be somebody or something else in order to be able to use technical tools. So Vula Vula is speak. And coincidentally, in another language in South Africa, I mean, close in family, but not the same language, Vula Vula would mean open, open, which is also quite nice.
Okay, it's very nice.
But that is a coincidence. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Nothing happens by accident. So, I've talked to the audience just to check if they have any questions for us, so they are free to interrupt us.
Cool.
De nuevo, yo os animo a que si queréis hacer una...
So I encourage you to make questions, and for that you just need to raise your hands. Tú miras a un lado del público, yo miro al otro, a ver si hay alguien que quiera hablar. Hecho. Bien.
About a project that, in theory, I've found this definition. Founder of Lelapa Artificial Intelligence, a South African startup known by that project, Vula Vula, a very innovative solution of artificial intelligence based in natural language processing for underrepresented languages in Africa to facilitate business communication.
Yeah.
Is that it? And if so, what are the technical challenges you had to face?
That's a very good description.
Ah, thank you.
Can I take that later? So yeah, I think, I mean, I'm not fully aware what the experience is like in Spain, but I know that there are many languages in Spain. It's not just Spanish, for example. But if you don't speak Spanish as your main language, or your mother or your grandmother, and they want to speak to Siri, does Siri understand them? In South Africa, Siri certainly doesn't understand our languages, and it's not just Siri, it's these very small, everyday inconveniences for many of us. It not being able to recognize your name, it, when you type on WhatsApp, it auto-correcting to English when you're trying to type in another language. But for a large population of the African continent, it's not just an everyday convenience, it's a barrier to entry to participate in the digital economy. Because now it means you can't use a banking app to send yourself money, to withdraw money, to check your balance. It means that you can't call into a call center to complain about a service because the call center technology cannot process your voice and your language. You cannot make purchases online around essential products and services like electricity or things like that. You can't get medical services over online or anything like that. And on the African continent, it's really important that these are accessible through things like mobile connection, because that is most of how the African continent connects to the internet, through mobile applications. And due to the lack of infrastructure development, for many people, it's the only way they can get access to those services, because traveling a long distance is too costly and you would have to go too far. And then when you arrive, there's like, sorry, we're closed, come back tomorrow, but you've spent your last little bit of money to get there. So really the opportunity that opens for small businesses to be able to proliferate their products and services in digital channels becomes exponentially more exciting when you're able to do it in the local language of the people who need to consume it.
Talking about local languages, you said 12 languages in South Africa. We don't have so many, but I am from the north of Spain, a region called Asturias, and we speak a different language, like a dialect. Here in Malaga, they speak with a different accent, but it's the same language. But let me check with them. ¿Quién habla, además del español?
Who speaks another language aside from Spanish? Catalan, for example, yes, these people speak a different language, so they...
than Spanish, so we have some... Yo solo os estoy animando a que preguntéis, ¿eh? Yo intento aquí dar...
I'm just encouraging you to make questions.
Melon, let's open another melon about ethics.
Yes.
If we talk about languages, in terms of data privacy and cultural sensitivity, how do you manage that?
Oh, that's true. You actually asked me what were the challenges, and so I'll bring that into the answer of this question because I just ignored that question and talked about something else. So yes, some of the challenges we face are with ethics and privacy, but I wouldn't say that's the main challenge. For African languages, there is very little textual evidence of the language. That is because on the African continent, we have had a very oral history, an oral tradition where stories and information and knowledge gets passed down from person to person through voice and memory, not through writing. So this means that there isn't a lot of writing to teach to a machine to say, this is the language, this is how it works, this is what it looks like. Whereas for other languages, especially from the West, there is a lot of textual evidence. The entire internet is filled with all of this textual evidence to teach to a machine. But now, if we are in the African context and wanting to teach things to machines, if we want to use the technology from the West, it means everything needs to be converted to text first in order for us to do so, because that's how they did it. And we can't do that. So the main challenge is around data, getting access to data. There's a Wikipedia page that summarizes the languages of the internet, and it summarizes it into like 34 or 38 languages. There are over 7,000 languages in the world, and it says that the internet only consists of less than 30 of them. And you may have guessed, may have not, but none of those are African languages. So when we're thinking about the amount of data or the amount of information available for a language, Africa is severely limited, and we have to be very creative and clever about how we use that data to train our models. And yeah, I think the other challenges outside of that are with computation. You need really powerful computers in order to train these machines, and there is a severe shortage of those powerful machines, and you need lots of electricity to power those machines. I'm from South Africa. We're currently going through a period of power cuts. I talk about it as like sharing electricity, like you have a turn and then I have a turn, but it means when you're having a turn, I don't have electricity. But you can't train a huge machine if you don't have a steady electricity flow. So those are some of the more direct challenges of creating the machines. But yeah, ethical challenges is one of them. Cultural representation is another. So like you were saying, people in Spain have different accents, for example. We have to train models in English, which is maybe a bit surprising because there is English in African language, but in multiple accents. Because even if we do then want to use English accents, then it should be able to cater to a range of different accents, for example. And then culturally sensitive, if you move into the more ChatGPT, LLM space, there are just some concepts that are not covered, because that machine hasn't been trained in the context of our experience. But also then that it just gets completely wrong because it just doesn't have the words. So some things that are offensive in one context might not be offensive in another. And getting a machine to understand those cultural nuances is quite difficult. And then when the machine doesn't know the language very well, that in itself can be a bit offensive. So we did a test with not this current ChatGPT version, but a previous one. And we asked it to count in a South African language called isiZulu. I don't know how many of you can count in English. I'm hoping a number of you can, and so you'll recognize the pattern. But it said that to count in isiZulu, you just say gu 1, gu 2, gu 3, gu 4, gu 5, gu 6, gu 7, gu 8, gu 9, gu 10. That's not how you count in isiZulu, but because of its hallucination, it just determined that that's how it was going to count in isiZulu, and those kinds of things happen all the time.
When you said that you have to check that languages are basically oral, how do you engage with the community? How do you engage with the linguistic experts in order to develop your project?
So because we don't have a lot of data, we create or collect very little, and then we make sure it's very, very high quality. So whereas English speakers might be able to go to Twitter or Facebook or wherever else to collect information from the public, I mean, there's some people whose recordings of language you don't really want to have in your model. Maybe they're using profane language or proliferating ideas that you don't want to proliferate in a model. If you're just collecting from the entire internet, it's very difficult to weed that out and make sure that you have the key pieces of information. So we create data sets, we curate them, and we do that with local communities who speak the language through different partners. We then also use linguists to help make sure that the data that we created can really intend the purpose of what we want to do. And then we use linguist communities in what we call a linguist in the loop kind of feedback cycle. So you take the model and you kind of record everything that it's doing wrong in the language, basically. And some of these are things that I wouldn't even know because only a linguist would be able to identify it. But they then correct that, and then we can put it back into the cycle. So instead of using lots of data, we can use very little with a lot of human expertise in order for it to learn a bit better. And then we also just narrow the domain of focus of a model. So instead of it having to know about the whole universe, it can just know about insurance. And then we just make sure it focuses on insurance, get people within that community to help refine it in that place. And we're just able to make models with so much less. Yeah.
Thinking about the future, how do you envision Bula Bula transforming sectors such as health or education in South Africa?
Yeah, I mean, the education space is a really interesting one. There are studies that show that if you are learning things like mathematics or science in a language that isn't your mother tongue, then you learn a lot slower and a lot less in depth the material. And then this often means that people are having to learn a language before they then learn maths and science or these really complex ideas. I mean, I studied in Japan and had to do a number of my courses in Japanese, and I didn't really know Japanese, so I don't understand anything. I didn't remember anything. I didn't learn anything. And this is the everyday experience of many people across the world, not just in Africa, in the global south, where they have to learn a language and then learn all these complex concepts. And having these technological tools means that we skip that step so that they can just learn what they need to learn in order to know how to do something or understand something. And in the health space, for example, we're working with a use case now where there are mobile clinics all over South Africa. It's like in a little container, like a shipping container. But there are, of course, fewer mobile clinics than there are people who need a clinic. And so through just a chat system, you're able to triage or understand how severe somebody's case is in terms of needing to see a clinic, and then automatically assign them to clinics that are closest to them, make sure that there's a slot to book them, and when they arrive, the person who's tending to them already has an idea of what is going on. And those kinds of medical interventions means that medical treatment is a lot closer to access, a lot more streamlined, which means those people can see so many more people. So through AI, you are increasing the capacity to solve a problem, but reducing the cost. And I think that's quite amazing.
Mm-hmm. Your project is based, obviously, in South Africa. Have you thought about expanding the project? And if so, in which parts of the world have you thought about Bula Bula?
So I'm trying not to get too far ahead of myself. We have definitely have on our roadmap to expand to West and East Africa. So just by the 4 main languages we focus on in South Africa, adding 2 languages from Nigeria, Hausa and Yoruba, and 1 language from East Africa, Swahili, we're able to reach and make services more easy to access for 350 million people. That's more than the population of the US with just 7 languages. And so we're looking to expand into those regions as well, but I think in future it would be really quite interesting to go into places like South America and help communities there do what we do. We wouldn't want to go there and just be like, okay, we have a solution for you. But to partner with organizations there to help them enable themselves to do what we're doing, because I think they have similar challenges. Yeah.
Yes, we have a question. Ooh. Yolanda, please.
Hola, hola.
Hello. I think it's fascinating.
In Spanish.
Pero lo puedes hacer en español.
Go ahead. You can speak in Spanish and she'll get interpretation.
No, we have time. Unless Jorge nos dice algo, tenemos.
Unless Jorge tells us that we are running out of time, we're doing fine. Speaking of different languages, right? Someone else raised their hands. English?
Buscamos la traducción y así aprovechamos el.
While we solve the interpretation problem, we can take this question in English and then we give the floor to Yolanda.
It's open.
Yeah, thank you very much for what you're doing. I think it's particularly important. I have a lot of questions, but I'll only ask 2. You mentioned the pipeline and getting the material for training the model. I was wondering, the first question is, what is the ideal relationship with the local media to make your work easier? Because there is, of course, not all the languages are written down, but I think that every place has its local media. What would be the best way of, what can media do to help you? And the second question is, it feels like every technology has its formative stage before it gets shaped and before it, cements itself, and we end up in the, basically in the status quo that prolongs itself. So it feels like with AI, we are in this very narrow window of opportunity. The question is, would you agree with this? And if yes, how many years do we have to bring all those languages on board before it gets too late? 3 years, 5 years, or we don't need to hurry? Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think that first question is quite excellent. Actually, one of my co-founders is trying to sue a local media house in South Africa to get access to their information. And I think that points really directly to the opportunities of media's involvement in helping organizations like ours get access to local language data, because that is the work that they've been doing for years and years and years, connecting with local communities, listening to local communities, with those local languages. And for organizations like ours, media houses are some of the only places that have a historical record of this language in its everyday use in everyday subjects. And we are quite vigorously trying to pursue partnerships with those media houses. And I think there's also an opportunity here for dual benefit, right? Because media houses will need to reduce costs around things like subtitling or dubbing or making sure that their content is accessible to people who can't hear or can't read, can't see. And there can be a collaboration there if we have the data available. And at Lelapa, we're also quite interested in understanding how to make sure that data is just not an extractive process where you take it and then you go and you make your money somewhere else. What does it look like if we put royalties on data in the same way you put royalties on songs, and every time it's used, that money is able to go back into the place from where the data came. And I think for the media industry, this would be a really great revenue potential, especially considering the decline of typical media, like print media and things like that. There could be a relationship there.
Good.
Yeah.
And the second question is about timing. When is not too late? What a difficult question, by the way.
That is a difficult question.
That's a big melon.
There's a stat like something like 4 to 7 languages die every year. And that is the stat that makes me feel like this issue is a bit more urgent than we think it is. There's another school of thought that then just says, okay, fine, just converge on a handful of languages, we can all speak English and the problem will be solved. But I don't think we are fully aware of what the implications are when people lose their heritage, their language, their culture, and their sense of belonging to society, and the type of societal obligation that instills in people. And when we lose that, what happens? So for me, it's quite urgent, but I haven't thought about the year thing. I'll have to think about that a bit more.
We have a couple of days for you to think. Yolanda, please.
Thanks so much, Pelonomi. I'm loving this interview. I would like to know, well, based on all your expertise, your knowledge, you were saying that you studied in Japan, you could have been working in any company and you could have had a very simple and easy life. So when did you complicate your life so much? When did you decide to do this? Is there any anecdote? Is there any milestone, any moment, any eureka moment? When did you decide to change the world? When did you decide, I want to make it? And when did you decide to go to other countries and do the same thing?
And actually, I asked myself that almost every day. Like, why didn't I just find a rich husband and live an easier life? But I think I used to work at a bank. And in the bank, I was working as a data scientist there. And there was a moment where internally, they wanted an adverse media screening tool. So this tool would go across the internet, go across websites and media sites, and scrape information from them to determine whether people who were mentioned in crime reports were people who were associated with the bank, so that we could do some risk prevention, hand it over to a person and investigate. This person has been associated with this fraud scam. We should probably separate from them. And part of the internal team, I mean, we were a data science team, so we made the tool for them. We said, here you are. And they said, no, thank you. We're just going to buy it from somebody else. And at that point, it made it very clear to me that there are some places that are part of the economics machine to make things go, to make things run. But those aren't necessarily the places that change the world the way that we know it. And I definitely wanted to be in a space where people didn't tell me things were impossible when I knew that they were. And I wanted to make a genuine change on the environment around me and make the lives of people in Africa a little bit nicer and a little bit easier. And I knew it was possible. And if they weren't going to help me, then I was going to go find some other people who have, and found a lovely team of 20 people, and that's what we're trying to do.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
We still have 10 minutes to go, but Okay, we still have 5 minutes to go. We have a question there, but in the meantime, since we're talking in English for a mainly Spanish audience, I want to give a round of applause for the team of translators. They're going to be working for us, just for us to share ideas, so thank you very much. Thank you. Question there, please.
Hi, welcome to Malaga. I'm Isabel Benedí, and I strongly believe that the richness of the world is diversity too. And as we said, we are losing a lot of this cultural diversity we have because a lot of languages are disappearing. And also in terms of people with functional diversity too, it's very difficult to access to many contents or even services, which is not very good. My question is, until now, have you had any interest from public administration or countries for your technology or your app there? I consider that is very necessary.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody, at least in our context, is quite excited about the opportunity to offer services in local languages. And on the public administration front, this is things like just being able to communicate legal documents and processes, to help people assist in collecting their grant funding for unemployment benefits and things like that. There are a number of administrative processes that public servants need to go through, and they are very much hindered by not being able to automate some of those processes because they need people to be able to speak the language. So there has been interest, but it is also difficult because in the development phase of a country, there's just so much to worry about all at once. And so I do think that our governments are focused more on other kinds of developmental problems like healthcare, like access to water and electricity and things like that. So there is a bit of a limited attention to be like futuristic AI. How can we support that? Because there isn't automatically a link to see how it can assist in achieving those other development goals.
I'm going to ask, if you don't mind, the last question about suggestions. What kind of advice would you give to any innovator thinking about working with artificial intelligence? What have you learned that you would like to share?
Ooh, that is a tough question.
Huh?
I think for us, what has been quite beautiful is that the end point of arriving in a world where what we have built has made the world a better place makes it so much easier to go through the day-to-day struggles and challenges. Because we know that what is the end is so much more beautiful and so much more inspiring than any challenge that could come our way now. Sometimes I say to people in the team, they'll be like, I'm so afraid. And I'm like, that's cool. Put it on the shelf. We have things to do because we're going there and we need to get there. And I think that would be something that I would want young innovators to remember, is that we're here to make the world a nice place for people. And there's nothing more important than that.
Fantastic. If you read about Pelonomi's project, her project mission is based in 3 pillars: wisdom, family, and home, which is very peculiar in the artificial intelligence world. So I want to finish thinking about this. Empodera is a family of experts, of friends, of cibervoluntarios, of people of Malaga. So I want to finish, just welcome you to our Ubuntu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
It's been a pleasure.
Gracias, Javier, una vez más.
Once again, thanks, Javier. You just listened to Moon River by Henry Mancini. Now we're going to discuss the power of data to achieve digital democracy. You will have simultaneous interpreting. This presentation will be in Spanish. Thanks so much, Susana. That was a wonderful interview. I think the world needs more people like Pelonomi, and the world needs more events like this. So thank you very much for encouraging interaction, and thanks for greeting the interpreters. So here we have César Hidalgo, founder of Data Wheel. He's a worldly known for his contributions to development economy, digital democracy, and data visibility. He's going to be interviewed by Ángel Recio. He's a journalist who works for El Español in Málaga, who has a long expertise and career in this city and in the technological environment. You're going to see a video that tells much about César Hidalgo's life. And the sofa is yours.
César Hidalgo, doctor en física, es reconocido por sus contribuciones a la complejidad económica, la visualización de datos y la inteligencia artificial aplicada. Dirige el Centro de Aprendizaje Colectivo en el Instituto de Inteligencia Artificial y Natural ANITI de la Universidad de Toulouse y el Instituto Corvinus de Estudios Avanzados de la Universidad Corvinus de Budapest, que trabaja con una nueva generación de inteligencia artificial denominada IA híbrida y su aplicación a la investigación, la educación, la innovación y el desarrollo económico. Además, es cofundador de DataWheel, una compañía premiada por sus proyectos de visualización de datos desarrollados con tecnología de código abierto que facilitan la toma de decisiones para el sector público y privado a nivel global. Hidalgo ha sido galardonado con el premio Lagrange en 2018 y 3 Webby Awards.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hello, how's it going? Can you hear me? Thanks everyone for being here after this wonderful interview to Pelonomi. We were talking about different languages. Now we're going to speak Spanish. We're in Málaga, and he's from Chile. César is from Chile, so we're going to talk about computational language, artificial intelligence, etc. A week ago, I was talking to César, and you can see his CV on the agenda. And I was asking him whether he had been in Malaga, and he said, no, I've never been here, but my great-grandmother was from Malaga. So there are always connections. So welcome to Malaga. It's the first time you come, but I'm sure it's going to be the first of many, because those who come here usually come back. Let's start the interview. We just have half an hour. I was taking a look at your career, and the first thing I saw is that you have a PhD in physics. When I think about physics, I think about someone who is in a lab. So how does a physics like you come to study development economy and IA? Well, it started gradually and then suddenly. In Chile, in 1998, 1999, I was studying physics, and I studied physics of complex systems, because physics has different fields of application. You can study particles or quantum mechanics or cosmology theories, but physics also wonders how we can create models that describe reality. Those are deep questions that go beyond the models that are strictly related to physics. So at the beginning of this century, within physics, a new discipline emerges, which is complex networks. And this generates systems representations using networks and nodes and links. And this is very rich because it allows us to maintain the identity of the elements involved in the analysis. It's like a precursor of IA and it's like a pioneer in data, a pioneer element in data. So I started analyzing different data using these ideas. For example, data on international trade to develop ideas on how countries develop economically, and this leads me to these fields. So my point of departure is how we can understand the world based on information, but also based on mathematical theories that allow us to understand the world based on this reality. And based on this, these disciplines emerge, and I started my PhD. Then I moved to the business school in Harvard. Then I joined MIT, and we developed many subjects, and we were pioneer in artificial intelligence on data visibility, economic development, etc. One of the topics that you work with daily is economic complexity, which sounds complex in itself. It's probably more difficult to understand or to explain, but you're an expert, so please explain it to us. When we try to understand a country's economy, we need to represent economy, how it changes, how it grows. And the classic representations that we have are aggregated representations. Everyone knows what the GDP is. A GDP is an aggregated value measure. For example, a baker, how like the price of bread minus the price of flour and this and that. But if you generate GDP making bread, planes or cars or shoes or harvesting tomatoes, no matter what, the GDP is based on aggregated value. So the identity of each element is lost. And what economic complexity does is to use artificial intelligence or learning machine. It maintains this granularity in the analysis, and it allows us to do several things. For example, predictability. We have, for example, we can measure how far Malaga is from the pharmaceutical or the aeronautics industry. If the distance is short, it's easier to access because that means that you have different pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. But there are also other measures that we can create based on this information that allow us to predict economic growth on the long term. This has been validated. We published this in 2009. For the first time, it has been reproduced. And we also can create measurements of an inequality, emissions. So we have a new way of understanding economic structures in such a way that we're able to respect their granularity, and we can understand macroeconomics better. So this is very similar to me what happened in physics when we moved to classic physics to modern physics. That is, we understand new representations of the world. This is what happens in economy. We are moving to a classic representation, capital, work, human capital, land, to a more quantics representation where the granularity of the parts is smaller, and this helps us understand all these added variables. So you were saying that we can have a closer, more detailed understanding of economy, right? Who is using this nowadays? We published two main papers in 2007 and 2009. This started working, it started being adopted, and this is now part of the development strategy of several countries. At the end of June, beginning of July, I'm going to travel to Malaysia. Nowadays, in Malaysia, they have a national development strategy that has as number one mission to increase the economic complexity. Here in Spain, there are different reports. For example, the finance ministry created a report that mentions often the sophistication and diversification of the productive tissue. When you hear these words, sophistication, diversification of the productive tissue, this is connected to what we started developing in 2007, 2008, 2009, economic complexity. Arab Emirates take this seriously because these countries that have many resources, but they're lacking something, they're very much aware of that. They know what they are lacking, and that is connected to diversity. It has to do with this capacity of doing things that they may not have, although they have this income. And nowadays it's used in many parts of the world as part of their development strategy. And companies that are in charge of exports, investments, etc., are very interested in this. We have cities like Malaga, and we keep hearing that we have to change our productive system. Trade unions keep talking about this. They've been talking about this for 20 years. We are depending on tourism. Our economy depends on tourism. So I wanted to ask you, what are the sectors that are stronger? Since you analyze the different sectors, in your view, based on what you have done in different countries, what are the sectors that are stronger?
So the sectors of an economy differ depending on the economy itself, because it depends on they depend on the specificities of each economy. So they are economy driven. For example, in the region of Navarra, we find different manufacturing sectors than here in Andalusia or Granada. So there is no universal solution, or there is no one size fits all. So in this world, there were many consultancy firms that went everywhere in the world, and they said, you're going to be the next Silicon Valley or the next green economy hub. And this is not true, because the economy does not work that way. There are skills and specialization and knowledge focus in one place or another. So depending on the humans living in the territory, specific expertise can be created. And now it is, of course, difficult to measure them simultaneously in different expressions of the economy. For example, trade is now accessible to everyone and internationally certifiable, because we have data about patents, research, and open code. These are all the expressions that enable us to understand the expressions that are locally better. For example, in Malaga, you might find expertise about data development that you cannot find in another place. So what about the post-pandemic situation, and globalization and the delocalization issues? Many industries went to Asia. In Spain and in Europe, for example, we saw the consequences of that action when we didn't have any mask manufacturing facilities during the pandemic, because they had all moved to Asia. What do you think? Is now the situation going back, or no? Because that has political reasons. For example, for masks, we use the economic convergence observatory, and for example, in March 2020, China exported more masks than telephones, because they could, of course, adapt the manufacturing facilities devoted to the textile industry to masks. So they exported massive amounts of masks thanks to that. But now we have contradictory forces or opposing forces. During the pandemic, there were many policies to try and repatriate some value chains, because people said, no, we cannot rely on a provider from abroad. And in the US, in Europe, they're trying to bring those industries back. In Mexico, for example, too. So that is the physical proximity context that is encouraging this. But there's also the geopolitical issues. The world is split between the countries on one side of Ukraine and Israel conflicts on the other side, and many countries that don't want to be driven by those conflicts. So we have to take that into account too. But the repatriation was not that easy, because the local facilities disappeared. So after the outsourcing of all those facilities and companies, many local facilities just disappeared. So it is a catastrophe. For example, remember Boeing, because they have such a big network of providers that Boeing cannot make sure the quality of the parts being manufactured is okay. And this is, of course, become an exponential issue after the pandemic, but we can find some opposing forces, fortunately. Yeah, productivity and salaries are one of the hot topics. That's one of the reasons companies use to outsource their facilities. So going back to history, you founded DataWheel, your company, in 2013. So how can you help understanding the complexities of the economy thanks to your company? Well, people do not understand from what they hear, but what they do with their hands. So we live in a very oral and vocal world. We share our ideas, but people start rejecting ideas and becoming skeptical, and that is okay. But you can still talk people into something by giving them tools to discover what you found yourself out by themselves. So when I discovered this new economic development model based on self-vectors and networks and mathematical objects, well, people were not used to it, and economists were reluctant. So trying to talk them into it was not possible. So we tried to develop tools that they could use to understand what we had already understood. So we created the observatory with one of my students, Alexi Maues, in 2010, 2012. So people started becoming interested in this type of analysis. So it was not just the demand for this kind of analysis, but also a demand for the tools. So when we created data wheel, the idea is that you put your data on wheels so that they can go further. Because you have lots of data that you cannot use, and we decided to create end-to-end platforms from data creation to data visualization or analysis for people to really get access to them, for people who might not know about programming or coding. We have tried to distribute open data. For example, one of Mexico's ministries, in Brazil, in Estonia. In Spain, there's a little project with Cotec. These little projects now do this automatic reporting to help people understand the ideas with their hands by interacting with the ideas and data. And it also is very reliable because if you use your hands, it's more reliable. When people in the era of fake news, etc., doing and learning something with your hands is very important. In 2018, you also delivered a TED Talk about enhanced or augmented democracy. What is all that about? When I was working on these topics, I started creating observatories for economic data for the executive power of governments, because they wanted data to make decisions about budgeting, investments, etc. And in that context, we started wondering what it would be like to have this kind of data for lawmaking purposes. There was a first wave for artificial intelligence in 2016 and 2017, so we wanted to find out how to use artificial intelligence to create a mediation role beyond the current mediation roles, which are democracy, because democracy is okay. Theoretically, the sovereignty lies in the hands of the people, but it's like that you surrogate it because you put it in the hands of the lawmakers. And instead, we wanted sovereignty to really lie in the hands of the people by aggregating pieces of documentation, information, etc., by creating personalized agents for each of the citizens that will increase their communication capabilities. So this is what we've been doing. by using participation tools and digital democracy tools. And now that LLMs are basically models that you can take off the shelf because you have many of them, we are exploring the idea of enhanced augmented democracy, whereby you can have one senator per person, one member of parliament per person, who will help you retain your democracy, because you will have 100% control of your senator, of that virtual senator. 5 minutes left. So time flies. So in 2019 in Chile there was an important revolutionary event. In Chile, I don't know if you remember, but in 2019 there was a revolution, a riot. Everything was okay on Wednesday, but then on Thursday students started protesting, and then on Friday there were riots. You know that the cause was because the price of the tube had gone up by a few cents, and then on Saturday 70 tube stations had been destroyed, or they put fire to the tube station. So there was chaos everywhere. People started panicking. The president lost control of the country. And my company started to wonder what to do about it over the weekend, because there was a revolution, there was a riot, but without a clear leader, which is very typical nowadays, because people start complaining about things or on the media, but then you don't know what to do. You want more improvements, you want more higher salaries, but you don't know where to start with. So when we started to create a crowdsourcing project, and we made a list of 90 policy proposals, and we sent them out to people's telephones, and we asked them to vote. What would you say is your number one priority? Creating more libraries, or legalizing marijuana, or I don't know, increasing salaries? And we got many more proposals from the population, and they voted. So knowledge won, because when we saw the ranking of preferences, there were some preferences or priorities, but both left-wing voters and right-wing voters voted together. For example, the pension schemes. Many retired people and many young people voted for the same thing through the apps or on television, but this became more popular, and many people from both sides voted together. There is a theory called the social choice theory, about the one used by Dorset Borda before the French Revolution, one that uses mathematics to try and inform decisions. And for more than 200 years, this theory has tried to find the winner of a decision in a right way. So we found the decisions, we found the winners, and the winners were increasing the pensions, or opening up more libraries, or changing the constitution. So what was going on? We published a paper about this on Nature Human Behavior, because there is a second self-vector of the preference matrix that enables us to find the things in which people disagree. For example, changing the constitution of the country of Chile was not something people had as a priority. For example, some people had it as a number one priority, but it was a polarizing thing, because the other half of the population put it as the last priority. So if it's polarizing, it doesn't mean that you will have 100% of support. But many political parties will put it on their agenda, because, of course, it will attract more voters from a specific population. So we found the divisiveness of the preferences of the Chilean population. Well, let's see if we can find questions from the audience while we still have time. There was a question over there. So thank you and congratulations. I have a question. How do you incorporate to your models? How do you incorporate informal trade in your models? There is formal and informal trade. Formal trade is the one that pays taxes and is under social security schemes, etc. Informal trade is done through cash with no taxes. So the informal trade data comes from surveys, for example, not through official data. Surveys are based on likelihood or probabilistic calculations. But it is true that, for example, informal things is very biased. For example, you can informally trade with oranges, not with medicine. So if you ignore all types of informal trade, you're losing lots of data involving basic trading, for example, with many little companies, that is essential for normal life. And you have to take it into account in all your economic models, because otherwise the data will be biased, very biased. So we capture it through surveys. One more question over here. So thank you, Cesar, because you explained things very, very clearly. I'll go to the point, yes. So you were talking about super participatory democracy, but do you know of any country in the world who is using it? I think it's the future. Digital democracy is something that interests me a lot, but it is now only being emergent. Now we are laying the mathematical foundation for this to happen in the future. In Spain, there are many people, for example, Decide Madrid, in Madrid, Civic Council in Barcelona are working on this. And Cyber Voluntarios is also an example. But we need something in the mainstream. What we are trying to do is lay this mathematical and scientific foundation for this. In the last paper we published a few weeks ago, we talked about this. For example, imagine that we have 200 people in this room and I want to have the aggregate likelihood or probabilistic measurements of about, 20 topics. But you're not giving me all your preferences on 200 topics. So let's start with 20 questions, and we try to make inferences or deductions or reach conclusions with all those 20 questions. So we use a mathematical model. We add 20 more questions, and then I can reach conclusions about 100%. So we do the same with artificial intelligence, and we have seen that we reach more or less. We understand more or less the preferences of the whole population through this model. It's of course a model. We could also ask you 100 questions, and we've done that to test our model, and we've seen that it more or less captures the essence of what people think about those 200 topics. So we need to understand how they work, the amount of uncertainty, the biases, they're biased towards the left in the political spectrum. We have to balance out those things, but first we need to understand them, of course. Thank you, Cesar, for your talk. My question is how to curate the contents of the LLMs that scrap information that is not curated at all and that could lead to fake news and to questions that really do not have a hold in society. How would you curate those contents so that when they are used on the citizens, they do not end up being biased. Well, at least the companies that develop LLMs do not use any data whatsoever. They are very careful about the data they use because the quality of the data is more important than quantity. For example, Wikipedia is so good in this model because Wikipedia is based on collective intelligence, has been edited by many people. I don't know if you've been editors in Wikipedia. It's not easy at all. I was expelled 4 times. So the starting point is quite good. On the other hand, models can be used as a basis and then do a fine-tuning based on the preferences and information of a specific person. So you are weighing all that in. And then the language models we have now are probabilistic models. They will never give you factual information, but they can explain a pattern, such as the one being given by the user. There is also a problem with the alignment, is how to align these models. The solution we've come up with is that instead of linking it to just one vision wouldn't be okay. We need models for different people because society is plural and diverse. And that needs to be preserved. That could not be encapsulated in just one model. That would be a model that we should just right in the middle, but not to anyone in particular. Thank you. I was thinking about Chile in the 70s with Salvador Allende and CyberSync, with the technology at the time, the theory of systems and cybernetics. They wanted to create a technological system to control the economy of the country and plan for the democracy with direct election. To what extent do you think this new use of machines, artificial intelligence, etc., will lead to a similar thing, a control system in several countries? Because some countries are, of course, interested in controlling everything with machines for economic complexities or enhanced democracy or augmented democracy. To what extent do you think certain countries or certain economies will be using this to control their citizens? Well, in this case, we're very far away from the CyberSync project. I do believe on collective intelligence, and markets help us extract that collective intelligence. So it's like a time report. If you sail on a boat, you try to understand the waves or the weather or the wind, not because you want to control them, but because you want to reach your destination, and you need to understand the forces that will help you and those that will be hindering you. And you have to know the likelihood of positive and negative things happening. Not because you want to control them, but because you want to use them in a beneficial way. So that is what we think about the economy too, and this democracy. And ideas have their own lives that emerges in spite of the people who create them. I don't know how this will shape in the future, how this will evolve. I try at least to try and focus on understanding and laying the foundation of it with scientific and mathematical data for it to be a really solid discussion. But we need to understand that, of course, it's like having a child. When the child opens up to the rest of the world, they will decide how to live their own lives. Well, that's it. We have a coffee break. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Ángel. Igualmente.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. César Hidalgo, founder of Data Wheel. Ángel Recio, the delegate for Spanish in Malaga. Now, please show some empathy, because Sonia Aldama, a writer and a poet, will make a summary of these two interventions in the shape of a poem. She will be doing great. So technology and poem, and she represents MAIS, Association of Women Writers, and then we will be moving to the Alcazaba Terrace because we're having a coffee break in there, and then we'll be back at 15 past noon. So please listen to Sonia first, and then we'll see you afterwards. Sorry, but we are not interpreting the poems. So the poems will be read just in Spanish.
Javier Puche. Descienden las letras sobre un escenario de versos. En clave las palabras. Teclado. Augurio de la descolonización del lenguaje. César Hidalgo. Deshacer lo desigual a través de la diversidad. No hay solución universal. Respeto a lo identitario. Atender a las expresiones locales. Repatriar para relanzar esperanzas. Conocimiento. Pelonomi Moiloa. Somos porque tú eres. Nuestra voz como memoria. Ubuntu. Cada nombre convertido ahora en un legado. Pertenencia. Exigimos acceso a todos los significados. África, nombrada para el mundo en todas sus lenguas. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Sonia. Ha sido espectacular.
Thank you, that was spectacular. And I hope we will be enjoying some more of your poems in the afternoon. So please be back 15 past noon. You have to walk towards the right side of Albany Theatre, but please follow us.
Thank you very much, Javier, once again for your art. Thanks for that emotion that you transmit. Thanks for being on time. I hope you enjoy that rooftop with a view to the ancient Arab walls of Malaga. We're going to talk about participative and local democracy, citizenry at the center of public decision-making. That's going to be the presentation that we're going to have today. We're going to have Aline Moulait and Wietse van Ransbeek. I'm sorry if I mispronounce your names. The founder platform that allows countries to give a voice on the subjects that matter. We're going to have Oscar Espiritu Santo in charge of the interview. Oscar is a friend of and he's been teaching in the journalism school of Malaga. Thank you very much, Valeria. Thanks, everyone, for being here. Once again, it's a pleasure to see your faces here in this wonderful event.
What about your Spanish? His Spanish is pretty good. I don't know, what about you?
Poquito.
Poquito. Very good. You have to improve your Spanish. Don't worry about it. Vamos a empezar con esta pareja que ya ha presentado.
We're going to start with Wietse and Aline. Valeria already introduced them. Probably the best European couple of entrepreneurs. They developed a project that we're going to talk about right now. And we're going to start by showing a very brief video. Then we will talk more about the project. Video, please.
En todo el mundo, que ha transformado la toma de decisiones gubernamentales, ayudando a construir democracias locales más fuertes, inclusivas y participativas. Además, Aline es miembro de la Junta Directiva de Belcham, la Cámara de Comercio belga-estadounidense, desde donde promueve la conexión y el intercambio transatlántico entre Bélgica y Estados Unidos. Ha sido reconocida internacionalmente por Forbes como una de las
creo que no es este, nos hemos equivocado, pero da lo mismo.
Y ha recibido el premio Inspiring 50 Belgium, destacándose como una de las mejores líderes en tecnología en Bélgica. También ha sido galardonada con el ATM Leadership Award, posicionándose como líder en el emprendimiento socialmente responsable.
Vale, perfecto, era otro.
This wasn't the right video, but it's okay.
Tell about Citizen Lab. Citizen Lab, how works Citizen Lab?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you for hosting us. It's a really pleasure to be here. So Citizen Lab, as you would have seen in the video, I'll kind of give you a bit of what you would see in the video. We are a citizen participation platform that helps local communities, local governments connect with their residents to give them a direct say in the local policy making. So we are originally from Belgium, both of us. We started in Belgium, but by now we are working with over 500 mainly cities internationally on digital democracy and on participatory democracy. So we're a B Corp organization. I would call ourselves like a social profit organization. We are for-profit, but with a clear social purpose. Yeah, on how it works. So it's a platform that we have developed, a digital platform that allows residents to go online and actually participate in local projects and in local decisions. So that can range from mobility to strategic plans to participatory budgets or even more bottom-up proposals. And then also we work with the government to then, with that input, get to a better understanding of what are the diverse opinions within the community. So that's a bit in a nutshell how Citizen Lab works.
Okay, perfect. You're very young, both of you, but how come the idea to, what did you do before? And how comes the idea to found Citizen Lab?
We didn't do much before professionally. So we started 9 years ago when we were still studying. So we studied together in Brussels. And we had ideas for our neighborhoods. But then we found out that it was actually really difficult to reach out to the local government. You had to like or attend a meeting or write something on paper or an email, and we thought, okay, we're using our phones, we're using technology, why not build something to kind of allow for that interaction and to have citizens share ideas. And it just kind of started as a little project to see if there was any interest, but then quickly we found out that cities were actually looking for these tools, and then it kind of took off, and we had our first cities using it. So we started as students, and then it quickly developed.
And I want to maybe add to that just on the bigger picture, so there is this effective altruism movement, and there is this framework called 80,000 hours, and it's basically about, how can we do good better? How can we spend our career in the most meaningful way? And they have developed this framework that they look at problems, or they guide people in finding the problems that they should work on. And they have 3 criteria for that. You should work on problems that are big, that are solvable, and that are neglected. And I think what also for us was really interesting at the start working on Citizen Lab is working in government 8 years ago, or with government, especially as a technology company, it was hugely neglected. Nobody was doing that. But if you think about it, the decisions that our governments make, they affect millions and billions of people. So that was also for us a motivation to get started and really have an impact on the democratic model, which should go beyond just like the act of going to the ballot box every 5-6 years. So that was also like part of the motivation.
Okay, I know that the platform is for the governments, your client is the governments, but how the citizens use this tool, and what kind of ideas share in this place, in this platform?
So we always work with local governments. So the local governments are the clients, but also our partners. So together we as a company develop the technology, but we also have people supporting the governments in implementing it. So together we put the platform, the website online. Of course, communication is very key. They need to, citizens need to know that it exists, so it needs to be integrated in their communication channels, so that they find their way to the platform. But I think there are like 4 big topics we work on. The first one is everything that has to do more with strategy and participatory budgeting. So it's already talked about it, but big strategic plans. For example, if there's just a new local government elected, like what are your dreams for the next X years? The next one is everything with mobility and infrastructure. So that's always a very hot topic. You reach a lot of people if you talk about mobility, because everyone it impacts people's lives daily. Then you have climate and environment, and then the last one is more everything to do with neighborhoods and communities. So those are like the 4 kind of big topics that we work on a daily basis.
And to add to that, so there is actually you could say for residents, a top-down way of participating and a more bottom-up. So it's a platform, a digital platform, that is run by the local government, and so they will have their projects on there, the ones that Aline described. But then, and so that is the more top-down way. As a government, I'm working on this and that and that, and you can have your say through different tools. So that can be through like collecting ideas, proposals, votes, deliberation, commenting, so different methods. But then you also have a bottom-up way of participating, which we call proposals. So basically, you can also propose your ideas or your initiative to your local council, and then you have to get a minimum number of votes. Almost every country has that, and as soon as you hit that number of votes, it goes to council and it gets discussed. So that is a very effective way to actually set the agenda and to also decide as a resident, as a citizen, on what actually the government should be talking about with the community and have discussions on new proposals.
Okay, you are in Brussels right now. Probably the local governments over there are using your tool, but there are more governments using this tool. Which ones?
So we are now working in about 15 different countries, mainly Western Europe and the Americas. I say the Americas because both in North America, in the United States, but also in Chile, for instance, and in Peru. And it goes really from it's mainly local government, so it goes from large cities such as in Europe, a city of Vienna, a city of, so tons of London boroughs, the city of Riga and Dublin, and then in the United States, Seattle, for instance, but also up to like really small towns. So there's a good variety. And maybe to give you a couple of examples of cities, so we could both kind of share two maybe. So one example, so we already talked a bit about the idea of participatory budgeting, and I think that is a pretty effective way of implementing participatory democracy locally. Mm-hmm. How does that work for anyone who's not familiar with it? Basically, it's a percentage of the total budget that a city allocates to community projects. So it can be between 1 and 2% typically. So for instance, in the city of Ghent in Belgium, they had like a participatory budget of 6 million. And or the London Borough of Newham, they had a participatory budget of 2 million each year. And what they do is basically those funds can be allocated to ideas from the bottom up, projects that are developed by the residents. In the London Borough of Newham, they had more than 10,000 people actually participating in that, so that is pretty huge. And they developed 300 projects together with council, brought it to implementation, on really very local projects, on within the neighborhoods. So it is always very local, action-oriented. So that is one example. Another example would be in Chile, the city of Viña del Mar. They, as you might know, I mean, the previous speaker was from Chile. As you might know, there were wildfires I believe in February or at the start of the year. Mm-hmm. And so they are now using the platform to redevelop those public spaces that are gone or were devastated, to kind of repurpose those spaces, reinvent those spaces. So I think it's also a powerful example of how the community and the community force can be used to reimagine public space.
Yeah, and I think what's maybe what's important to add is these things were already happening before there was technology, but I think what we are trying to do is increase the reach. So there's more people that can participate, but then also influence how the decisions are made, so people can like directly vote on proposals and in that way influence which projects will be implemented. So we're talking about a much bigger reach and a much direct say on which decisions are made.
Okay, talking about the democracies that you are talking right now, what are the challenges for the governments and the citizens when you are trying to implement these kind of tools? And these kind of tools could be make better democracies, or no? What do you think about it?
So I think we can give by now many examples of like really good implementations at the local level. We had over 1 million people that way actively participate in their local democracy and had a very tangible impact in local projects. The challenge is bringing that to a higher level and going from what I would call low politics to high politics. Low politics about, hey, let's redesign a park. Very effective because it's, I mean, quality of living. It's the park you might go to daily, so to speak. But the challenge is how do we bring that to like the biggest topics, the national topics, the international topics on climate policy, migration policy, the more so-called wicked issues where you need way more deliberation. That is, I feel, where digital democracy hasn't really fully fulfilled its promises yet. So just to say that at a local level, I think we have kind of a very strong model so far. But now getting it to that higher level, in order to do that, we also need that political will. And that is often like one of the challenges is when we initially started, we thought of ourselves as a technology company and a technology organization, but we have started to see that actually the technology is a bit like a Trojan horse. It's a way to get people to talk about participatory democracy and implement it, but what's way more important is the so-called culture of participation and culture of democracy they shape around it. And we see 3 key pillars to develop that when we start with a government. The first one is you need political will and a political vision, so you need a very clear mandate, because we have seen examples when that mandate is not there, it's just window dressing. So you need a very clear commitment. Before we start working with the government, we always ask for the clear commitment, and we make sure that council members or political leaders are part of the conversation. So that's one. Two, you need a very good internal structure, because you don't want it like, hey, the communications department or this one department works on it. You want this like citywide, and you want this to be used for all the topics across the city. So you need a really good internal structure. And thirdly, you need the skills and resources, which is often a challenge because we might underestimate the level of technological proficiency and savviness that is there in the government workforce. We see that it really differs. Sometimes you have very I'm going to use a bit of a cliche here, but a young and dynamic workforce, and then maybe a slightly, or workforce that is less familiar with technology, and that is also going to impact, the success of those implementations of civic technology. And I think that is one of the big challenges that we need to think about. How do we also get more talent into government? How do we show people in education, in universities, in the high schools, how do we show them that actually through the public sector, you can have an immense impact on millions of lives, because that will be needed so that we have those digital spaces run by the government in the most effective way.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this is right now, but what are going to be the trends in digital democracies? What do you think about the future?
Lots of people are, of course, talking about artificial intelligence in the.
How is working? Are you implementing it? In
so we are, because I think we've been talking a lot about how does it happen in the front office, right? Like which kind of topics, which kind of methods, but a very big piece of what we do or why we think our technology can also make a difference is in the back office. So. Imagine the examples that Wietse mentioned, you're gathering 2,000 ideas or you're getting lots and lots of comments. What I think many governments struggle with is to process all of that input and then to actually also close the feedback loop, because it's not only participation that is important, but it's also about how do you communicate on what's been decided, how do you make sure that people know what's happening. So we have actually since the beginning, we've been working with natural language processing to cluster ideas, to cluster open answers, to see like, okay, what are the different kind of topics. But now, of course, with conversational AI, we can go one step further. We can ask for summaries. The civil servants can ask questions about the data. So what are you seeing? What is this kind of group of people saying differently than this group? So it really helps them to quickly have an insight into what people are saying. So I think that's one big trend, right? How can you leverage artificial intelligence to increase the efficiency of participation or citizen participation? So that's one big one.
And another one is making sure that, as we build those digital democracies, they are inclusive and representative, and that, initially there was a focus on how to get more people online to participate in participatory democracy. Now the question becomes way more like looking at like the diversity of the participants. How do we create a level playing field and like an equal possibility for everyone to participate? So for us, that means that we focus also a lot on the offline, not only on the online. We don't believe in this idea of like we are the app that is going to save democracy. It's about putting an infrastructure out there that helps communities communicate and engage with the government through their preferred channels. So that can be through an offline event, that can be through like kiosks in the city, that can be through, of course, online, it can be through a neighborhood network or WhatsApp. So we try to kind of combine those different mediums and channels so that we also amplify and that we really expand the reach. Because going back to the challenges, I think that is one of the challenges, and that's why I was referring to that like high politics or big political topics. We are now like at about 5% of the cities, roughly between 5 and 10%, that participate on those platforms. So it's pretty good, but it's not like the total mass yet. And I think to get there, we need to think about how do we work across different medias, but also we need media and press to really talk about that participatory democracy that is already happening today.
And I think there's also a link with the work of Cibervoluntarios, because I know that you're doing like skills building within communities, teaching people on how to on having the digital skills, and that's, I think, what we are also see. We're less active in Spain, but the countries where we are active in, similar kind of organizations will make sure that our tools are used and to educate people on how to use them.
That's it. That we do that, and we do very well.
Yeah.
And but with these kind of technologies, do you think that time? 10 minutes. Okay. Do you think that is working in the same way in small communities, in medium cities, or in big cities? And do you have some examples of a big city that are using this kind of tools, or a small city? Do you think it's working in the same way, or
I
different?
think there are a few differences. So I think first there's indeed the small, big city. Small cities, I think the advantage is that also the kind of the civil service is smaller, so often it's like easier to get people on board internally, right? So I think that's like often an advantage. Probably like 60% of the cities that we're working with are small to medium size, so they can quickly launch things, test it. Whereas in big cities, it can have a very big impact. For example, London Borough of Newham, we have, I think, more than 200 internal project managers using it every day, but it takes a long time, and you need to do a lot of change management internally before everyone knows about it. So there's, you can have a very big impact, but it needs a lot of work. And then there's also the difference in regions, in countries. Northern Europe, it's, let's say, the focus is more on the administration, on the civil servants. If you go to Southern Europe, or like, for example, also already for us in France, it becomes much more political. So we feel like the souther you go, the more politicians are involved, and it has both pros and cons. I think the good thing about politicians being involved is that sometimes or often it's about topics that are really important, but then if a politician leaves or is not elected, then there's not the continuity, or there's not maybe the same way of doing things. So yeah, there's always, I think, a bit of differences.
And did you find some local governments that don't want to use this kind of tools to improve the democracies?
No.
When you go over there? No? Really?
Of course, yeah. But I think it starts at the first point of like the political will. Like, it's sharing power, right? Sharing decision-making power. I don't think everyone is ready for that yet. I hope I'm using the word yet, and that is a word. But no, yeah, that is I think the main barrier, that there is not the political will, and I think sometimes it's better not to start with, if there is no will, again, like, it's better not to start instead of starting with something that is meaningless, because that will only decrease the trust of citizens in their government, and it's really important that we use those tools to increase the trust and to actually show that it can be done differently, that you can have an influence on the decisions being made. But so yeah, I would say that is the main barrier.
But we do have seen, for example, when we started 8-9 years ago, and we were going from like town hall to town hall, pitching this, it was more seen as kind of a nice to have, like, okay, it's a nice project. But then, of course, COVID happened, and like cities and governments had to digitize massively. And I do feel that moment has been like a catalyzer for our work, because all of a sudden it was like a need to have. They needed technology. So I think since COVID, it's more and more cities are more open to it, and it's more like, okay, how will we do it? How far will we go? But it's less like the initial convincing. We can still work with politicians that are maybe not so open for it, but then it will be like very safe topics. And then the question is, do we want to do that?
Is this a way to work with politicians?
Say it?
To work with politicians is easy, or I don't know. Here in Spain,
I think what is really important, we typically work with like people from the city administration, but I think what's really important is that it's to see it as a two-way conversation as well, and to also show to political leaders how citizen participation can help them, how it can help them better understand like the diversity of the different opinions and the different sentiments in the community, so it can create better policy. So that is the daily battle that we're fighting, and trying to convince them of like why this is very much needed, and they cannot be just taking decisions in their ivory tower.
One more. No, two. One more. Okay, we are going to.
Hello. Very nice project. I would like, the first is a question, very simple question. How can I get in touch with you? Because we have a project on democracy and digital tools, and what you are doing is really great, and I would like to see whether we can have a conversation offline or here later on how to get to know each other. That's one question. And the second question, how do you go about multilinguality? Because obviously Belgium is a multilingual country. Also, you said that you have been implementing in South America, in the Americas, etc. I wonder whether discussions, for example, in Belgium, happen in 2 languages or just restricted to 1 in each case, or how you go about that.
Mm-hmm. So on the first question, yes, let's talk. I think that is one of the main benefits of where digital technology and digital platforms can come in, because you can have in the Belgian context, but not only actually in the Belgian context where you have multiple languages. Yes, you can host this conversation with auto translations, but even if you think about inclusion and equality, in the United States, what's interesting is that governments, it's really a top priority for them, like inclusive participation. And we have, for instance, City of Seattle, you can engage in 10, 20 languages, Vietnamese and all those, Korean and so on, like there's a big Asian community. So it also enables people who are not native speakers to participate in the debate and still have that conversation directly with others, whereas in an in-person setting that wouldn't be possible. So I think that is also one of the big advantages.
Sí, vale. Yeah, no, I'll do it in English. How many or what percentage of all the municipalities and cities in the world use your platform or a similar platform? And how many do you think would be needed to be able to scale up to regional or even national levels?
That's an interesting question. So in some countries, we see already in Belgium, Netherlands, Denmark, that we're like working with about 25 to 50% of the municipalities. So we are actually start thinking about a question of like, can we from here come to also like something more regional and national? But I think if you would ask me about the global, then probably it's still under 1%. But it's an interesting question, how many cities worldwide would be using platforms today? I think it's also like, brings us to another topic, but there's also the question of like, I think today we will be looking at OECD countries where there is like a democratic culture, because those tools, implementing them in non-democratic cultures is very difficult to build impact. We have tried it, and if there is no culture, you're not gonna, so I cannot give you a percentage on like how many, I don't know if you would have a clue.
Yeah, but I do think like in other parts of the world, of course, there's like civic technology being implemented, but then it's maybe not in the same model as we do it directly with local governments. It's more through NGOs. So I wouldn't have like a perfect view on how many, but I hope at least in every community worldwide there's some technology being used, and we're also seeing that there are great projects in Africa where people are like directly through their smartphones also having a say, but it's not we who built those tools. I also feel that you need to pick your niche and focus on what you do well, and that's what we've been doing over these past few years, like local governments in OECD countries, and then you can start scaling up because it's a solution that can be implemented in different places.
Hi, again.
Hello.
First of all, congratulations for being able to deal with your parenthood and at the same time your entrepreneurial activity. Congratulations. And the question, just I'm going to the point. How do you envision these tools of participatory democracy within an augmented democracy scenario like the one Cesar was describing before?
I think, I cannot fully kind of refer back to the model Cesar was, because I was struggling with my translations, but I think just in general, generative AI, the combination of collective intelligence and artificial intelligence is really promising, because now with generative AI, Aline talked already a little bit about the sense-making product that we have developed to really, there's a lot of textual input in participation and engagement to make sense out of it and to understand really the opinions in real time within the community is super promising. But I think there's more applications that in which this technology can be used to bring communities to a deliberation, to a consensus. That's something, there's two applications that we're currently looking into. One is more on can an AI agent be a facilitator in online conversations? So can we use it actually to summarize debates, to point to arguments, to actually bring a group to group decisions and to consensus? Another thing is in, again, local government. So a lot is placemaking, a lot is urban planning. A lot is about, hey, let's reconstruct the park or the street or that neighborhood. So the whole imagining exercise today is very textual, and it's a burden for some people to participate, that it's so textual, because you need to already be pretty well educated. And we're looking into how can AI be used to also create more visual models so that we can translate ideas into visuals and actually work together on visuals to envision those spaces, to make it more inclusive. So those are just for us two specific applications that we're looking into around AI. And I would love also, by the way, to connect with people who are working on this topic, on AI in digital democracy, because I think it's such an amazing space, and I would love to kind of also hear about others' work in this space.
Hello. So my question was, I don't really know much about your company, but I wanted to know if your platform is open source or is it totally closed source?
Yeah, it is open source. More specifically, we do have an open core model, because as I said at the start, we are a social profit. We have a business model. We are an independent company. The large majority of the code is open source. And then there are some parts that are under commercial license. But all the code is open code, so the source code is always open. But again, 80% is open source, and then about 20% is under commercial license. And those 20% actually, our business model consists in the fact that those 20% are really the enterprise functionalities to help governments be more efficient and so on. So that's the idea behind it. The AGPL, sorry, I got to think about the AGPL license.
The last question. Okay, the last question. I don't know if you know that they are in the Forbes list under 30. And my question is, did you have something with number 3? Or do you like number 3 for what?
Yeah, that's a long time ago. No. Yeah, so we came. We're not only business partners, we're also life partners, and now partners in parenthood. So we became parents of 3 girls. They're now 8 months.
I would love really a huge shout out to the people from Cyber Voluntarios, because they made this possible for us to. We are here with the whole family, with the 5 of us plus our nanny, and I find it just amazing and super inclusive that you guys sponsored that for us and make it happen.
We appreciate so much because we know that it's very difficult to travel around with this big and awesome family.
Yeah.
And thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
And the Citizen Lab is growing up, the project,
exactly.
with more people. Thank you very much for being in Malaga with us. Thanks a lot.
Thanks so much.
Muchísimas gracias, Javier, una vez.
Thank you, Javier, Lejos del Mar, by Javier Puche. And yes, we are very close to the sea here in Malaga. So now we move on to ethical hacking to guarantee transparency and safety in the digital ecosystem. With Melanie, CEO and co-founder of Radically Open Security, the first safety consultancy company in the world, non-for-profit organization that donates over 80% of the profits. And the interviewer is Antonio Fumero, Director of Innovation at Cibervoluntarios. Please use this hashtag if you want to share your ideas, your insights, information about these topics and this event in your social media. But we have a video first that explains what Melanie Reback does. Thank you.
Es CEO y cofundadora de Radically Open Security, la primera consultora de seguridad informática sin fines de lucro a nivel mundial. Con su equipo de hackers éticos, revoluciona la seguridad digital y dona el 90% de sus ingresos para apoyar la investigación y el desarrollo de proyectos tecnológicos de código abierto y libre acceso. También es creadora de Postgrowth, incubadora de negocios y startups sin ánimo de lucro que promueve el emprendimiento como forma de activismo. Melanie ha destacado por su labor investigadora como profesora profesora adjunta a la Universidad de Ámsterdam y como colaboradora de empresas líderes de tecnología como Citrix e ING. Ha sido reconocida como una de las 9 mujeres más innovadoras de la UE y una de las 50 mujeres más inspiradoras en tecnología de los Países Bajos.
Muy bien. Welcome, Melanie, again.
Thank you.
I hope you have time enough for start enjoying the city. I'm sure that you enjoyed the cocktail last evening. First of all, apart from the brief information we have in the video, who is Melanie Ryback and how does the idea of founding radically open security come up to you? How is the journey or your experience to end up with this initiative?
Okay, so Radically Open Security is first of all a not-for-profit cybersecurity company, which is something quite unusual. Of course, first when I say not-for-profit, you might wonder, well, what does that mean? It means a few things. The first is that we are 100% owned by a foundation. And we make use of something that is known as steward ownership. We're basically trying to prevent the company from ever getting sold, precisely because we want to be oriented towards the long term with our mission and vision in the company. The second reason why we're not for profit is because we donate 90% of our profits to charity. Not 5 or 10%, but 90%. You might wonder how this works. It's probably because you're confused. I'm saying 90% of my profits, not 90% of my revenue. And of course, profits is what I have left over after my customers pay me, after I pay my staff, after I reinvest what's needed for growth and stability of the company. So, we're a 10-year-old company. We have roughly 50 staff members in the company, and we've had hundreds of customers. Everything from Google and the European Commission, the Dutch energy grid, banks, insurance companies, telcos, hosting providers, core internet, things like the Amsterdam Internet Exchange and RIPE NCC. But also the nonprofit sector, and we work for nonprofits, NGOs, and civil society organizations on a not-for-profit basis for zero margin at cost price. And that's roughly 1/3 of our clientele. So about the donations that we make, we have now donated just slightly more than 1 million euros to the NLNet Foundation. And NLNet is an internet-related charity that, they've been around, I think, for about 35 years. And they fund open source projects, digital rights initiatives, and anything for an open internet. NLNet at this time is currently busy with something called the Next Generation Internet project, together with the European Commission. I don't know the exact number of open source projects that have been funded through NGI, but it's hundreds upon hundreds. And it might actually be interesting for those of you here who have open source projects. They have open calls. They have an open call right now at the moment, and I would also very much suggest that you have a look at it. It could be very interesting. And NGI at this moment, I believe, is not just the largest funding source for open source projects in Europe, but I believe that they're currently the largest funding source for open source projects in the world. So check them out if you're not already knowledgeable about them. Anyhow, but moving back to radically open security, I decided to create this kind of not-for-profit cybersecurity company precisely because I was very unhappy with the behavior of cybersecurity companies in the commercial industry. Because a lot of the market leaders, they tend to do things like work with intelligence agencies, hack activists, because like Extinction Rebellion is so terrifying, They build surveillance systems and then sell them to developing countries with oppressive authoritarian regimes. And then when the hacker community asks them to stop, do they stop? No, they just sell that part of the company. And if not that, they tend to be extremely commercial. And a lot of the big, for example, the accountancy firms, it's not that they're blatantly immoral, but it's just that they're so commercial and they act so much like black boxes that I don't believe that it really provides an optimal benefit to people. And people might not see the harm in this. They'll just think, like, who cares if these security companies rip off the bank, right? But what you're not thinking about is if a bank winds up having cybercrime issues, half the time it's going to be something like, a man-in-the-browser attack or a fake app in the app store, some of these kinds of things. And take one guess, who is the victim of this? Yes, the banks find it annoying, but it's truly us, we the people, who pay the price for this. So in that sense, I think that cybersecurity is too important to make extractive profits off of. And what I really try to do also through donating back to the open source community is I'm trying consciously to support the same community from which I'm sourcing my ethical hackers. And I've really also been proud, I think, of the kinds of people that have been attracted to our initiative. And it's not just the people that are working with us. We've got a very heavy representation, for example, of the Chaos Computer Club among our hackers, but also many others. We're actually a global platform, so I have, like I said, 50 people, but they're spread across almost every continent. But also the kinds of customers that we work with. I can say that we've built the kind of company that works with the Tor project, Tails, Shadow Socks, Global Leaks, Ushahidi. I can go on. Also many core internet, like, iTerm, but also things like package managers, Homebrew. You can look at our list of, portfolio reports that we've made. Towery. We've done so many amazing open source audits, and also we've worked with things like the Mozilla Open Source Security Project, with the Open Tech Fund, and it's really been our pleasure, not just that we can serve the big corporations, but also that we can optimally serve also civil society and journalists and whistleblowers and really any kind of NGO, not-for-profit, Oxfam, Greenpeace, and I think it's very unique that we've built the kind of company that can serve actually both groups.
It's an awesome initiative. So can we say that radically open security is a way of ethically hacking the business scenario or the business ecosystem? Can we think about ROS as an initiative in this ethical hacking landscape?
Yeah.
And more importantly, because we have a wide audience not only here but online, what does ethical really means when we are talking about hacking?
So I think ethical has multiple layers. The generic definition of ethical hacking or white hat hacking is that we have a signed waiver that gives us permission to hack someone. We call it a get out of jail free card. But I think there's more dimensions, of course, to ethics. Mm-hmm. I think some other things that radically open security does is quite different, well beyond our business model, is also the way in which we operate. For example, we perform penetration testing with a workflow that we call peek over our shoulder. A lot of penetration testing companies, they operate as a black box. So basically, I can give you an illustration. I used to work at ING Bank in the cybercrime team. And one time we had a very large denial of service attack. The situation was bad. We were in the newspapers, and the C-levels were all in the war room panicking. Some cybersecurity consultants kind of parachuted in, and they were like, stand back. We will solve this for you and then give you a report and a big bill, at the end. And I was like, okay, guys, great. If you're so elite, then I can probably learn a whole lot from you. So can I please have a look at what you're doing? And then they turned to me and they looked at me and then they said, cybersecurity is hard. And I was like, okay, I used to be an assistant professor of computer science, specialized in cybersecurity, so why don't you try me? But they threw away logging, and eventually I just literally physically stood next to them and looked over their shoulder because that was the one way they couldn't get rid of me. But sure enough, they were using the same open source tools as everyone else, but they didn't want you to know that because they wanted you to think that cybersecurity is this black magic and only they can do it. And this is why you need to give them repeat business. Of course, needless to say, I was less than impressed by this whole thing. So, and this is part of the reason now with Radically Open Security, this is how we came up with this, what I call peek over our shoulder workflow. What this means is we work online in chat rooms. Right now we use the open source chat platform called Rocket Chat. And we invite our customers into our chat rooms so our customers can watch us while we are busy breaking your stuff. So it's entertaining, but most importantly, it allows us to convey the hacker mindset during the course of engagements. It also enables the customers also to interface with us, to ask us questions interactively. And it's great for us too, because you guys are the oracle, right? And if we have questions, we can ask, why does this code work this way? Or can you reboot this server? Or are you using a strong password here? And the fact that there's such short communication lines is also pleasant for us, because it means that we waste less time on stupid things. So, so long story short, this kind of openness and transparency in our workflow and in optimizing for knowledge transfer, this also has made us very popular on the market. We've also open sourced all of our software that facilitates this whole workflow. And we also made it an OWASP project. So it's called OWASP Pentext. I've heard of some other cybersecurity companies also using it, not extremely widely, but I've heard of some number of companies that are. And in that sense, though, I think that's also been a large part of the sort of success formula for Radically Open Security, because the customers find it very pleasant to have that kind of transparency into the process, but I think also our staff members as well. Mm-hmm. They really enjoy being able to really interact directly and interface and really be able to teach alongside actually performing the engagements. So.
Right. There's a big elephant in the room since the very beginning of the event, that is AI, mm-hmm. for sure. And you've been talking about a lot about open source. Do you know this this report that was published by the Linux Foundation late last year on the evolution of open source in AI-based era? What do you think open source means in this scenario with the AI covering the whole every single aspect of cybersecurity, of software development, of whatsoever? What do you think of the evolution of open source as a concept, as a supportive concept for the way you're working, for instance?
Right. Well, there's been a number of open source LLM solutions that have been appearing, and it's quite nice. Of course, we're looking at it a little bit suspiciously as well, because, of course, whatever models you're downloading from Hugging Face, there could be some malware in there, so look out. But the point, though, is that, of course, we're looking at how we can integrate AI and LLMs into the pen testing process. We've already performed a small amount of experiments also locally. Obviously, we're staying away from anything that's hosted by a third party. We're not going to put our customer vulnerabilities in OpenAI's cloud. No, thank you. But we have experimented with some local LLMs. Our first observations is that they're useful for the stupidest of things. I mean, no, really, but I mean, maybe for small bits of reporting, it could be that it's more efficient to train it on some of our reports and then try and see if it can write some of the, well, we're already automating the boilerplate, but also seeing if it can help out with creating maybe some finding text. But the problem, though, really is, from our experiments so far, most of what it creates is actually quite bad. I've actually found a few of our pen testers that were using AI, and they tried to not tell us about it. And some of our, well, we have report reviewers who do quality assurance on the reports, and we detected it. And I have to say, we gave those pen testers a very stern talking to. Of course, they were using local ones, not cloud ones, so there was no leakage of data. Of course, data governance and privacy both are, of course, our largest concerns with this. But also just the text is bad. I mean, there's a whole lot of repetition. It's very generic, you know, and so far, what our pen testers can write themselves just tends to be a lot better. We've also had a look also at using LLMs also for finding vulnerabilities. My conclusion there is basically that it's yet another form of scanning tool. Because, you know, there's also quite a few other scanning tools. You know, there's you have static, you know, code analyzers, and you know, there's also, of course, you know, your Nessus and all the open source variants, and you know, I mean, there's a lot of tools basically that we'll use, but that also tends to be sort of step 0.5 in the pen testing process, because the vast majority actually of the testing that we do is manual. It's by hand, you know, using web proxies like Burp Suite, and you know, and the point is that the best stuff in my experience so far still cannot be automated. And you really, as of right now, still can't beat human brains for, you know, because the thing is, like, hacking is kind of like an artisan craft. You know, and quality matters and details matter. And it's the kind of thing that it's really easy with AI to do a really bad job. You know, but people aren't coming to us because they want us to do a generic, really bad job. So what I have to say so far is we're looking at the AI for the opportunities and the chances, but so far we're a little skeptical. The other thing also is that the hardware that you need to purchase to run it on is also extremely expensive, more expensive than you might think. And the other thing also is training data. You know, we've also run a few experiments on our public reports that are already in the public domain with ChatGPT, basically from OpenAI, because that's the best case scenario. They've got the best set of training data, and even that wasn't good enough, you know, to be up to our standards. But if with OpenAI's training data set, you know, it's still not great. Of course, with the much smaller, more minimal training data set that we would be able to cultivate locally, plus with all the training data, what are we supposed to be doing? Scraping, you know, the internet? I mean, the problem is you've got data governance issues, privacy issues, GDPR issues, and to be quite frank, I mean, that's a can of worms that I'm really not all that interested in opening. So in that sense, I mean, of course we're looking at it, and you know, because of course I also don't want, we're not technophobic, obviously, but at the same time, I think we just need to be realistic. So I consider it to be yet another scanning tool. One thing it is great for is phishing pretexts, and of course there's also a lot of you know, script kiddies and cyber criminals out there that are already using AI quite extensively for creating customized phishing pretexts, and I think for that, I definitely see an application of LLMs. So
great. We have 7 to 8 minutes left, so I want to give the voice to the audience. I don't know if is there any question already. Go ahead.
Hola, Melania. So you didn't mention threat models. So I know that computer security is very relative, and I was wondering if you approached business using a threat model.
Oh, absolutely.
Great question.
I think like capitalism is a threat model. Honestly. I mean, and this is sort of part of why I chose to make my business not-for-profit and steward-owned and generally anti-capitalistic, at least as much as, you know, a business can get. And the reason why is because financial extraction, anyways, causes companies in almost every single industry to do the wrong thing. You know, I've seen this in cybersecurity. It's really terrible. Oftentimes things like security researchers, academic researchers who want to valorize their research, of course their government-funded research, you know, they wind up getting involved with, you know, valorization trajectories through the TTOs. First, they wind up getting asked to patent everything that moves, which is completely counterproductive because it puts a barrier to entry in front of whatever the government was actually funding to be created. And then beyond that, they're introduced promptly to venture capitalists who then basically, at a relatively late stage of the game, get the majority of the profit rights and the voting rights, you know, on this innovation. And oftentimes they tend to either close it off or they will just tend to sell it to the highest bidder, which leads to either governance and privacy problems, and it also leads to externalization of costs onto society and onto the planet, generally speaking. Cybersecurity companies tend to get acquired because there's a talent shortage in cybersecurity. There's not that many good ethical hackers. So it's actually, in my opinion, trivially easy to start a cybersecurity company. You just have to basically, I mean, the way that it works is people get venture capital, they're deeply in the red, bleeding financially, and then they're hiring as quickly as they can, and then basically they're an attractive acqui-hire, which basically means that if you can't, you know, hire a bunch of cybersecurity staff, then you just acquire the company, and then voila, you've got a whole bunch of security staff all at once. The only problem is, though, that when these acquisitions happen, the company gets absorbed into a larger corporation. And the problem is there's oftentimes a culture clash between the larger organization and the startup that got acquired. Oftentimes, like, you know, after it grows toxic and after a couple of years, all of the senior people say, screw this, I'm leaving. And also because it's an acqui-hire, whatever product oftentimes they were working on gets discarded completely because actually they were acquired for the personnel. And also maybe because they could be resold for capitalistic, speculative purposes. And it's pure value destruction. And the problem also is that, you know, the VCs also push people into proprietary solutions, building all kinds of closed black boxes. This is not good for the security ecosystem. I mean, almost everyone who's in security understands that openness and transparency and threat intelligence sharing, and we don't need like tens of thousands of small proprietary, you know, small black box wheels. We need a smaller number of larger open source, crowdsourced, you know, solutions that, you know, we can work together on and ensure that people can continue using them for the long term. These proprietary black boxes have vendor lock-in. The moment you stop paying, you lose access to the tool. And also worse, like with a lot of the security solutions we have nowadays, consider antivirus. I mean, the antivirus engine is free, but the signatures, which are what you need for the pattern matching to make them work, you have to pay for it. So the entire business model is like, you're sick, and I've got the medicine to cure you, but I'm only going to give it to you if you pay me. it's completely perverse because the business models are in conflict with the actual cybersecurity that is needed to make the world more cyber secure. For me, this issue also has become a bit of really just a mission for me in getting people to understand that we need to tell small, founders and for especially open source project founders that be careful, don't get involved with things like venture capital too quickly, because they are going to push you in the direction of freemium. And freemium is like the scourge of the earth, for the user base and communities of any open source project. And I'm struggling with this personally at the moment because a lot of the open source solutions that I also use internally at my company, Rocket Chat, GitLab, the problem is a lot of them have very much moved very strongly in the freemium direction to the point that I have to start thinking about migrating away from them, not just because they start locking down essential features, things like single sign-on, but also because at some point they might even completely discard the open source version and just continue maintaining the proprietary enterprise edition, and they can say, oh, but it's still open source. But hello, if you're not maintaining it, if you're not porting security patches to it, I'm not going to use it anymore. So this kind of stuff is a problem. But I think that the open source community does not think enough about its business models when in trying to turn these open source projects and trying to give them long-term viability through a business model. So I mean, trying to give your open source project a business model is laudable, but think about how you're doing it. And that's why I think things like steward ownership, post-growth, degrowth, these are matches made in heaven for open source project founders. Understand that the business model that you choose matters, because we're trying to build the digital commons. And in order to do this, we need to be extremely careful about what business models we're choosing.
Premium is the devil. Two questions. 2 minutes. So we have time enough for 2 short questions with 2 short answers.
She just explained what I was going to ask, so thank you.
No? I have a final question here if you want.
Oh, there's my hands.
There's another one here? No? Over there?
Thank you very much. You come across as a very strong advocate of open source. What we know is authoritarian governments invest a lot in the analysis of open source tools and openness in a way, and it's been a long debate, feels like a weakness. So the question is, how do you think with this growing asymmetry, at least it looks like it's an asymmetry, of resources, can open source model survive in relation to security? How open source movement can survive against growing resources of authoritarian governments who are looking for every little possibility to hack them? Thank you.
Good question. I think that open source will survive because I think that the entire internet and software ecosystem is dependent upon it. So I don't think it's going to completely wither on the vine because I think corporations and governments probably will have no choice but to support it. And I think this is actually part of the thought behind the European Commission's Next Generation Internet initiative. They understand that also things like national and global security rely upon the integrity of supply chains. And supply chains rely upon the integrity of open source. There's no way around it. And of course, it's like that typical, I forget if it was XKCD, but that little comic, with the Jenga blocks, and then like that one little Jenga block on the side, which was like, a guy in a basement in Kansas or something like that.
So we have the chicken and the egg problem.
Well, that's it. And the thing is, we need to get these guys adequately funded, because if not, I mean, there's already cases of open source developers getting pissed and then embedding malware in their open source libraries. And so yeah, I mean, I think that out of necessity, this stuff will continue getting funded, but I think, though, that we need to be intentional, though, on the side of the community in preventing only companies from doing it for us, because I think at the end of the day, realistically speaking, almost every single open source project that survived long-term has had a company behind it. Whether you like it or not, I mean, it's, you know, the Red Hats and the, you know, MySQLs and the, I mean, I hate it when they get acquired. You know, I really do. But it's also true that a lot of open source projects where it's just a founder, and especially when they get funding, the problem is they'll work on the project until the funding runs out. And then once the funding runs out, then, you know, at this point, then they'll start thinking, gee, I wonder if somebody wants to buy it. But of course, by that time, there's no product market fit, and it's sort of too late for them to save it. And this is actually one of the big problems that NLNet has, in that, you know, you actually have to start developing the business model at the same time that you're developing the software. Because it's really difficult to slap a business model on software after the fact, in the same way that it's really difficult to slap security on software after the fact. In both cases, you need to build it in, you know, from the start by design. But the open source community is not used to thinking about things this way, and oftentimes business is considered a dirty word as well. The most open source founders also are somewhat anti-capitalistic, and they're just like, yeah, business is evil, not going there. But the problem, though, is if you don't consciously think about it, it'll wind up catching you by surprise later. And that's why I think, you know, in order to secure, you know, this ecosystem for the long term, including giving it some financial stability, you know, I think we need to more consciously be busy with this issue.
Well, business must, maybe business is not evil, but freemium is evil. That's the conclusion. So I have just a final thing. It's just, it's just a curiosity. You're based in Netherlands, yes. So you consider yourself as Dutch, but previously you were an expat from the USA, and I have a question, pretty simple. Have you managed to understand the Dutch sense of humor? I mean, for me it's still difficult. It's just some kind of reflection, just for, it's a joke.
I don't understand the Spanish sense of humor.
Thank you, Melanie, thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Javier, una vez más.
Once again, thank you, Javier. Klaus Kobe about Windmeister. I won't cease repeating this. Having art in a space that is open to the technological space, it's a wonderful opportunity. Without any further ado, open technologies to guarantee human rights. With Helikin, a hacker and open free software activist to and we have Oscar Espiritu Santo, who's going to be interviewing him, who's a family of cibervoluntarios, who's member of the family of cibervoluntarios. Thanks a lot for being here. I thought that my favorite number was 3. It was going to be 3 of us, but Arturo's missing. So we want to send Arturo a warm hug to wherever he is in Italy. And we have Helikin here. Helikin wanted to send him a hug, and he's going to tell us about the topic that he's developing. Hello. We're going to mix Spanish and English. As you can see, Helikin is spectacular in general. He's Basque and he's Scottish. He's a little Chinese too. And this multicultural mix is going to inform our conversation. And we're going to go beyond what Antonio and Melanie were saying, although we're going to approach similar topics. Go ahead.
Quizás, bueno, tenemos un ángel arriba. Gracias, ángel. So we were supposed to
There's an angel somewhere.
Blasto from the ONI project, Observatory of Network Interference on Open Technologies Guaranteeing Human Rights. Since he could not make it to Malaga, and this year's theme is Decoding Digital Colonialism, I wanted to make a brief introduction on technologies and human rights. Digital colonialism is, like colonialism, a matter of asymmetric power relations, where a mighty party imposes its views to the colonized. Don't take me wrong. It all comes from very good intentions. Those savages don't know better, and we're here to help. Maybe some of you remember this scene on TV in 2003 in Baghdad. Rounded up women were crying, and this Mercan GI, exceeded with their complaints and moans, suddenly burst and shouted, "Shut the fuck up! We're here to bring you democracy!" Obviously, there's an abyss between the goal and means taken to achieve that goal. This is something to keep in mind. The colonialist mindset is on a goal, which is to replace the existing with what the invader considers best, not only, and allow me here to use a gender term, for himself, but best for all. It would be presumptuous, though, to dare imagining what's best for all, don't you think? Yet the colonialist mind comes with intention and certitude. We are always right. As you may know by now, yesterday, Karim Khan, prosecutor of the International Criminal Court, filed applications for warrants of arrest before pre-trial Chamber 1 of the International Criminal Court in the situation in the state of Palestine. These warrants target the heads of Hamas, as well as the Israeli Prime Minister and its Minister of Defense for war crimes and crimes against humanity. This is a significant step to bring justice to the victims of war crimes in the Middle East. Immediately, the international community reacted to support Netanyahu, calling Khan's decision a scandal. I'm citing Joe Biden. Uri Avneri, a German Jew who settled in Palestine in 1933 and who fought in the Zionist armed militias before the creation of the State of Israel, to later become a writer, a journalist, an elected deputy at the Knesset, Israel's parliament, and the founder of the Israeli peace movement, Gush Shalom, published in 2009, 15 years before the Operation Protective Edge, Operation Strong Cliff in Hebrew, against Gaza in 2014, published is a text where I'm going to read a couple of paragraphs.
2010, I was involved in a project that probably all of you know, N-1. 10 hackers were living in a squatted house in Amsterdam, and we were smoking joints. All of you were smoking joints. All of you were smoking joints? Was that a must? Yes. 24 hours. Because you need fuel to be working free. Stop depending on Americans. So in 2012, what happened? Or you had a previous project, or what happened? A little earlier, in 2018, NGI0 started. And what is it about? Is it a project to fund projects, or what is it? To talk about NGI0,
Okay. Because NGI0 is in English,
It's
so
in English, okay,
I need to keep this. So, yeah. NGI0 came as a very welcome way of funding free software in Europe. It was an initiative of NLNet, who gathered a lot of different organizations. We were on the first round, we were 14 organizations. It's been rotating a bit, but it's always organizations close to the free software community. And Melanie, with Radically Open Security, is part of it, and has been part of it since the beginning. It's because Melanie has been funding, as she said, €1 million over 10 years to NLNet, so it's normal that she's part of it. But also because there's a need for security audits in free software. We might come back to that, but I'm not sure. We don't have more important things to talk about. Yeah, so far, I don't have better figures than Melanie, but we have been funding more than 1,000 free software projects, from €5,000 to €50,000 for one open call, up to €3,000, and now with the newer project, up to €5,000 to a single project. And open calls are every 2 months on the first day of the month. So the next one is June 1st.
It's like a hub of developers or something like that, and you get the funding for these projects.
I'm sorry, I have issues hearing you, actually.
What is it?
Can you speak louder?
Louder, okay. I mean, this is a hub for developers, your project, something like that, and you get the funding for some projects that I think you are chosen or something like that.
So within the NGI0 project, I work with a non-profit based in Belgium called Petite Singularité, Pequeñas Singularidades, small singularities, plural. It's important because we're working with communities. So our role there is to mentor free software projects. That means we accompany free software developers in their endeavors, spending this money from the European Commission, but also dealing with all kinds of stuff that can occur to them, including psychological stuff and internal community affairs or legal counsel and so on. But for this, we have very few money. I don't know if you are familiar with European projects, but it comes with a lot of money, and you have to deal with money in person months. So you have a number of person months over years. The project lasts for 3 years, that usually goes 4, and you have like 5 PMs to spend on this. That means you cannot spend more than 2 days with someone over the course of the project. So instead of doing this, we decided to create a community and focus on a part of the free software community that we thought was interesting at this time, which is ActivityPub. Maybe I will talk about it a bit because I realized that Empodera
after we can talk
has
about
presence over a number of social media, but not a single federated grassroots one. So probably we should discuss this so that next time we can have federated conversations with free software at EmpoderaLIVE. Okay, so yeah.
And we talked yesterday about Toller.
Yeah.
What is that? Is another project is in the same project of NG0?
So
Zero or
Toller started in 2015. And it was funded at some point, among other funding sources.
So there.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe we should go back another one. Yeah. We can talk about Tyler later. I really want to talk about this because most of this software here have received NGI0 funding. And this community started in 2019. At the time, ActivityPub was, okay, so ActivityPub, back in time.
Come back
so,
to ActivityPub.
In 2010, 2011, we had this O-Status Federation where people wanted to make federated web, federated social web, and it had ups and downs. One thing people don't know really is that Lorea was the first software to implement it fully, but we kind of lost the next version in the Plaza Cataluña acampada. Los mozos de escuadras nos dijeron que
the local police said that the computer disappeared. You remember Franco's police, Guardia Civil. So the Guardia Civil said that the Mossos d'Esquadra, Catalonian's regional police, stole the computer. The good thing about it is that it didn't run on Windows. So the keyword is impunity. Okay. So
because it's very difficult for me to think about computers and software.
It's not a problem. You can speak in English, you can speak in Spanish, but we are trying to don't speak in...
Sorry for the translators.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we can talk about Toller because...
I want to talk about Toller later because this is more important.
You have to speak with Jorge because the time is short.
Okay, what time do we have? I thought we had 3/4 hours, and now, what time is it? We need to...
At what time we have to finish? 5 minutes?
Only like 5 minutes?
Only 5 minutes.
Come on!
We have to hack this.
Okay, so... Dale.
Pararlo todo. The president is going to make a question.
have to stop everything. There's a question. Hi, Helikin. I know you have a lot of things in your hair, so we need to really understand it. When you talked about your project, the open code software project, from your point of view, what was the main achievement, not just for the open source communities? What about the impact of them in the communities? Well, I think the most important thing is for people doing open code to be in contact with their users directly. So that's why we propose this way to work together. As Melanie was saying, it is important to do maybe little things or a few things, but together to develop technologies that we care about. So this is the way we propose. This is a project that received or was funded by NGI 0, Ernest.
Back to English. Space Cookie is a developer from Berlin, and she proposed this idea of software syndicalism, this approach to software to decentralize, to decolonize the way free software is done, with the myth of the hero and the myth of the all-knowing master and his followers, and the master branch that now on Git repositories, we don't call it master anymore, we call it main, which is very good because we're on the way to decentralize it. And now with software syndicalism, the idea is to get the power back to citizens so that they can say, okay, for example, let's say you're a dentist or you're an architect. All the software you're using, because you are using software nowadays, is proprietary. And I met a dentist in Brazil, and he told me, hey, look, I'm playing with Blender, which is a free software, 3D, it's a 3D software, yeah? And if there were more people like me using Blender, then we would be able to make our own free software for dentists. There is such a software called GNU Health that comes from Argentina and that is used in public hospitals up to Cuba. Cuba has the best doctors in the world. Everybody knows that because they have, good education. Anyway, there are many such approaches that workers can do to make their own software instead of depending on proprietary software. With Thaler, with NGI Thaler, we're willing to bring a free software payment system to the Eurozone within 3 years. So next year already, it will be available in Euro, and we are going to make a pilot with the independent book sector, so that bookshops, publishers, print shops, authors can share revenue using GNU Thaler. And GNU Thaler has two very important characteristics. First, it's free software, and it guarantees the anonymity of the buyer. So if you got cancer and you go to the pharmacy to get your stuff, your insurance company nor your employer will ever know it. Yeah. And the second is it's going to be available in Euro next year, and it's free software. It's free software. That means we are in control of it. we are in control, all of us. And the alternative is Amazon or Thales.
Yeah.
So
I agree with you, but don't you think that the software library and the open source community are making a real... Yes, we are going to talk... Just a minute.
We have to break for lunch, Jorge said.
Like Yolanda said, a very big project and great projects in the software community. But don't you think that it's difficult to give the projects to the regular people, to the citizens? Don't you think that you are in something like a freaky sphere that it's difficult to tell the other people that this software is very good for you? Don't you see something like that, that is difficult to communicate? What are you doing?
It's very difficult indeed. But look at it that way. If you were a parent and your children come back home with McDonald's stuff, yeah, and you ask them, where did you get that? And you say, oh, well, you know, it's cool. McDonald's is serving us food now. What do you think would happen? People would rise up and would throw away the food, and they would get sane food for their children.
Yeah.
So maybe we need to think about collectively about what is technology, what technology do we want? Because if we don't do that, well, other people will do it for us.
Yeah, for sure. We have to talk about it. What is that?
It's the first of a collection of free software organization books. So if you're a free software developer and want to talk about how your software is organized, come to me. And if you want to read it, I have a few of them, so you can go back home with it as well.
And you are publishing more books like this?
Yeah. This is the first one. We are free licensing our books.
Perfect.
So
you can copy.
You can go to the page here, and you have a URL, and on the URL you can download the PDF, and it's a free out license. But you can also buy the book, and if you buy the book, we can make more. We're a non-profit.
Okay. ¿Quieres pasar alguna pregunta?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta?
Any questions? Yes, one. And I will make the last one. Yeah, Antonia kept the last question for himself.
To talk about free software with some people, so if you're interested, we can do that as well.
Yeah, it's very interesting to talk with him because it's unbelievable how many projects has in his mind. And he can explain very good to you. You have to do this for the people, to explain these projects, because I think all of these projects are in a box, and it's difficult to access to this. Pensaba que estaba solo.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm also involved in NDI projects like this, and I wonder, just to revert the structure of property in which, you know, a large company usually owns the infrastructure that workers use. In your funding project, in your initiatives, what are the strategies that you are thinking for, let's say, workers to own their own digital infrastructure in the projects that you're funding?
I'm not sure I got the question right, but I think that a lot of free software projects now are got the idea and start organizing as cooperatives, and especially on the Fediverse, we are the phase is ending where everyone was mimicking proprietary software and make Twitter alternatives or Instagram alternatives. Now we're more into, hey, how can we federate our forum? So we can now federate forums. So WordPress as well, NodeBB, Flarum, Discourse are all federated by now. And this was a whole grassroots experience. The next step for me is that these people take the initiative to create an entity that will become a cooperative and enable more people to participate, including non-developers. And really, I think that I mentioned dentists and architects, but and the book sector, but there are plenty of jobs that would what was the term for
what?
Yeah, the branches of industry, right?
Yeah.
Work sectors. I don't know. To come together and make something happen that comes from cooperativism and not from competition. Competition is dead. I mean, if we keep competing with each other, we will kill each other, and we're well armed for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So probably what world do we want to live in? I mean, we're going to enjoy a very nice meal, I'm sure, and I'm pretty happy that nobody will come to me and put a fork in my body, you know?
No, it is not how navigate happen.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. And
so
no, this is the last one. Yes.
Ya está. No
I'm going to be like Antonio. No, it's just one question. No, I think the conclusion is.
No.
We are.
Conclusion, no.
We are. This is the conclusion. The conclusion is we are talking about open source. We are talking about hacking. We are talking right now about these books. How explain to my man all of this, to my mother?
Oh yeah.
It's possible to explain this to a mother with love.
So I use SSH to connect to my parents' computer because when I learned that they were buying computer, I told them, okay, but it has to run Debian, otherwise I won't support it. So I installed Debian, I installed SSH Restore, and at some point they changed provider and it didn't work anymore. So I called my mother and I told her, okay, open a terminal and type this. And I had her debug her own connection from a Unix terminal at 80 years old. So I think it's possible to talk to your mother about free software and what we can do about technology. And if you think, and you're not 80 years old, that technology is not for you, well, think about your clothes. Probably you didn't make them either.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you. This is for you and for your mother. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Perfecto.
Muylar, Witse, Van Sbeck. Participa, confía, comparte tu poder.
I'm sorry, but we are not translating the poems.
En cada lugar que visitas, no te empeñes en mirar tan lejos. Participa. Cada pequeña idea desafía todos los temores. Melanie Ribac. Puedo mirarte, si me das permiso, hackearte para coser todas tus brechas. Soy transparente y este código es abierto. Puedo protegerte, animarte. No todo es el lucro. Y por fin, este modelo no es una amenaza. Helekin. Descolonizarnos de la condescendencia invasora. Soldado, no me grites tu democracia. Contra la asimetría del poder, activismo, colaboracionismo, resistencia. Software libre, Palestina libre.
Muchísimas gracias, Sonia. Muchísimas gracias, Helen.
Thank you very much, Sonia, Helikin, and Oscar. When I was looking at the picture, well, at Picasso's Guernica, I remembered what he said, action is the fundamental key to every success. And here, there are many doers.
People, Pelonomi, Cesar, Aline, Witzer, sorry for my English pronunciation, Melanie, and Helikin. Thank you very much. And now, y ahora, nos vamos.
And now we're going to Calle Granada. We're having lunch at Calle Granada, number 51 Calle Granada. But first, we will have a family picture taken.
Audience. Y nos reunimos aquí todos, ¿no, Yolanda? Nos reunimos aquí todos. Todos los asistentes, eso es.
Everyone, speakers and attendants, attendees.
Que los
Tiene que subir mucha gente todavía.
Pues todo un arte, Javier, de nuevo.
Yes, this is an art, Javier. Dance by Schubert. And today we are with Estrella Maestro, a friend in Cyber Voluntarios. She will be talking about decentralizing digital spaces in Europe. So welcome back. Enjoy this EmpoderaLIVE 2024, the afternoon session. We're going to talk about digital spaces in Europe with Ana Higueras, Project Director in Ideas for Change, and Giovanni Macani, Research Director in Ideas for Change, moderated by Esther. Thank you, Valeria, and welcome, everyone. So we'll be talking about next generation internet, Horizon Europe, and how they are helping contributing to decentralizing digital spaces and how to fund people who need that funding. To keep on boosting technology, we'll be talking about trust, how to help citizens trust the internet, how to fund, as Helikin and Melanie said, how to fund the startups. And collaborators are working to create a decentralized open code. And then we will open the can of worms again. We'll be talking about quantum computation. All of this now, this afternoon. But let's start with Anna and Giovanni. Welcome, everyone. Good afternoon. So, ideas for change and next generation internet. We've been talking about it for a lot, but please explain what NGI is and what Ideas for Change does. Well, so I have to talk about NGI that has been popping up in this room. Well, the good news is that I have Giovanni by my side. NGI, Next Generation Internet. For those of you who are not familiar with the acronym, is an initiative by the European Union that started in 2016 as a result of a series of legislations, Digital Compass, DGPA, data governance, etc. And this program wanted to create internet around people using Europe's values at core. So it's around 4 fundamental pillars. The first one is values. Internet needs to be decentralized, trustworthy, just, open, sustainable, and many more. And you will agree with me in most of the objectives. And then these values are being promoted through the use of funding because NGI is a distributor of funding, especially for the open source projects. All projects funded by NGI are open source. NGI is an institution of the European Union that distributes funds, that funds many projects. Thaler, NGI, little consortia that work around the same thing. They use this money and distribute it in different open sources. You can have the information if you want it. Basically, we cover the full internet spectrum, hardware, software, and network. So this is very complicated technology-wise because we're saying that NGI funds programs about data sovereignty, decentralization, blockchain, AI around people, interoperability standards, architecture, always within the open source ecosystem, but the variability is limitless. So that's why NGI is so interesting, but at the same time very complex. We like to say that NGI is a community of communities. This is what we find in our daily work. Both Giovanni and myself work in NGI Outreach Office, which is a coordination and support action, a mechanism activated by the European Union to activate and articulate the communication and the outreach done from NGI. Well, this is more or less it. If you have questions, you can raise your hands, and Jorge or someone else will give you a mic. What's your role? What's the role of Ideas for Change? Well, I've never spoken in Spanish about these topics. I'm not Spanish, but I will try. If you want to speak in English, I don't want to ruin the afternoons, the translators' afternoons. I will try in Spanish. So we are part of one of the projects in NGI. Our project is NGI.eu, which is at the service of all the projects and all the developers funded by these projects. Well, so far, more than 1,000 solutions got funding. So we work on participation and dissemination. Within this project, we have a very specific role. Ideas for Change is an SME located in Barcelona. We are a for-profit, and we been researching on grassroots citizenship and citizen-generated data. Now we're working on governance on decentralized data, data trust, data governance, and well, we wanted to lead the working project for diversity and inclusion in this program. So this means that the first day we had this task on the table, and it is very difficult because there are many perspectives and different angles, and we defined our purpose around 5 pillars: resources and tools that are made accessible, compliant with the guidelines. Then we focused on the innovators and the developers and how to get more diversity, both in terms of solutions and team and talent. The third pillar is the community. It has to be an inclusive experience. Well, everybody's opinions are taken into account. And then Anna will be talking about the attempt to involve more women. And then the effort to try and incorporate all of this in the European Union's agenda. So far, the NGI projects have covered several topics. Some are very specific, for example, data sovereign identity. Some others are more general, privacy, safety, security, NGI 0. But they always come from the European Union's agenda. We try to do the opposite. We try and include the citizens' visions or the community's vision to try and extend the European Union's agenda to include those topics identified by the communities. Yolanda, in her introduction, said,
World. Hasta ahora diría que NGI tiene better.
And so far I would say that NGI has better technology, but it's not bridging the gap with the rest of the world. So Anna, would you like to talk about how you are trying to involve more stakeholders or the underrepresented stakeholders, such as women. Yes, part of the task was to do an analysis, and so once we have analyzed the underrepresented
muy específico que nos encargaron era
communities, we zoomed into the women ecosystem in innovators and NGI, and then involve those women and other underrepresented communities. So we tried to use the existing data, the 1,000 teams of innovators that received funding in many NGIs. We wanted to analyze the existing data to try and understand the gender distribution. We didn't find data in all the teams, because, for example, a team applying for an open call, we don't know how many women and how many men do they have. There are many white men, and you don't have this data available, even if it is a compulsory information that should be explained in the application. But well, we got data about 200 teams out of 1,000, and we saw, to nobody's surprise, that approximately 14% of the innovators were women, and out of the 14%, only 7 were women in leading roles or in predominant roles in what was being delivered. So we've been working on 2 different lines. One, we try to interview all the women that are within the ecosystem to try and understand what barriers they've encountered so far and what could improve their situation, or the work of the ecosystem. And then we do an analysis of the women and the non-normative genders in the digital ecosystem. So by way of an illustration, I would say that if you look at the numbers of women who contribute to the Linux kernel, it's only 2.4%. Women who contribute to other spheres are less than 5%. So 14% seems like a very low number, but it can be even worse. So we are interviewing women. We have started to work on grassroots studies. We work with communities of female developers and tech STEMs, and we create safe places to understand the situation, what can be done about it, and then report all this data to the European Commission and the Outreach Office. Perfect. So aside from women, with the data you have identified, you have also identified other underrepresented communities. What are you doing about it? Well, yes. One of our missions was to identify who is underrepresented in the NGI environment and to try and involve those minority groups, those cohorts. So we thought about what kind of minorities would be represented there. And we realized that there weren't that many, because the open source community is composed of people who don't share their data. It wasn't easy at all to determine who's working on NGI in all diversity variables that we were looking for. So the next question was, well, then who's missing? It was very interesting to hear in the previous presentation that the user is missing. Because, of course, we have a community of open source developers. It's okay, so the next question is, who are they? who are the end users of those services. Because not all the solutions, not all the projects have identified a specific end user who might not be the society at large or the individuals. When we talk to the NGI developers, we realized that the end user for them is the public sector. Their codes can be expected to become integrated in public services. So we try to look at the level of involvement of the public sector end users, and it was almost zero. So we decided to do something that I find quite interesting. First of all, we tried to figure out why they were not there, and to try and involve them, getting them involved. So we found out that we cannot expect the public sector will go to GitHub and take this code and use it. As we heard this morning, this is not an easy task because the public sector does not have the staff or the capabilities or the resources to do that. There are some companies such as Citizens Lab and some others in Europe such as Resource Public, etc., that help the public administration to try and use those codes for themselves. For example, through companies such as Citizens Hub or in an open way. So we try to get everyone's involved. 1 minute, Giovanni. I'm sorry. I'm taking too much time. So very briefly, we do workshops with the blind, for example, to try and understand what their needs are. And we also have consortium things. I'm sorry. We won't have the time to tell you everything. So we have here 3 QRs for you to take a look at the things we've prepared for you. For example, you can get access to the NGI community platform where you will find all the opportunities. You will also have the opportunity to interact with other groups of innovators. Then you have the NGI newsletter.
Todo lo que son las open calls.
And then the open calls that are now open, all the fans that are available. So please scan these QR codes if you want to know more. This is great for those of you who are here and those who are following us and streaming. Do you have questions, Yolanda?
I will try to start with one of them. One of my main questions, well, what you're doing is fascinating. Over 1,000 projects, everything that you're doing, what you're trying to achieve in Europe. I think it's very ambitious, but I would like to know in your perspective, what's the opinion of public institutions? Are they aware of that citizen digital sovereignty? Because my question is, are they aware of all the possibilities that technology would open to have that, to have all those opportunities? Are they aware, or is there still a lot to be done? Well, my opinion, it depends on where. There are different countries, different cities, and there are different cultures. I've lived in different places in Europe, and maybe Barcelona is way more open, is way more advanced to these technologies than other places. But based on our research, we are pretty scared about the process of public procurement of technology that is happening in cities like Madrid and even in Barcelona. The town council, the region, buys anything, any proprietary tools, and then you don't know what's going to happen. We don't know whether the contracts are 5 years, and maybe after those 5 years, the company takes all the data because the contract was not adequate. And this is a pretty large problem. How can this be solved? Well, it's pretty tricky, but I think many of the things that have been said today, for example, literacy, awareness, all those things are very important. And in your view, as advisors, what would you tell a public institution to convince them of this need? Oof, that's complicated because we're talking about a very high technological complexity level, and it's far from the testing level. One of our discoveries is that the end user of NGI solutions is often someone else. It's a different NGI problem solver. So often the public sector doesn't take this into consideration. Our job, in a way, is to bridge this gap because we have this unrepresented party. We are talking to public institutions that are not so present to tell them what's being done. But from there to the public sector to adopt the solutions, well, I think there's a long way. I want to add something. We're testing, and we're trying to test a different model for NGI. The public sector has a problem that can be solved through an algorithm or a specific technology, and the call is based in the real problem that the solvers are going to work on, rather than developing a component that's going to end up in an environment that is totally very far. We ran a pilot project, a very small project, I think 4 years ago. We were part of a very small consortium that was testing, it was at the time of Ledger and at the time of those NGI projects, and we were testing something that we called a virtual fill gap. And that's what it was about. We had people from the from the public sector, sometimes from the philanthropic sector, working with developers. We learned a lot, and we learned a lot about the public mechanism to be able to adapt our technology. Sometimes we didn't make it in time, but we learned many interesting things that we're not going to have time to elaborate on, but it made us think that this could be a very interesting model for NGI. Do we have time for one more question? Oh, it's too bad. We don't have time. Okay, we could do it some other time. Okay. A round of applause for them.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thanks so much. This is the last music piece from our dear Javier Puig, who has been here all throughout the morning with us, and we'll see him tomorrow again. This was Arieta by Edward Grieg. Thank you so much. Hello, Begoña. How's it going? I'm really excited about seeing Begoña and Esther, and then we will see Andrés. They are colleagues from the Cibervoluntarios team, and we see each other practically during this event. So I'm really excited about seeing you here, and it's very exciting to see how you deal with these situations, because you work with European projects, and here you are carrying out this interview. So congratulations, congratulations to our voluntarios, because it's really amazing to have you here and to see you every year. They're going to talk about EDEM. This project started this year in January, and it's an AI to open democratic spaces to vulnerable groups, about having more accessible information with people with reading and writing disabilities or intellectual disabilities. Here we have Horacio Saguion, who has a PhD in the field from the Pompeu Fabra University. We have Martin Gallagher with us too, with Capito EU.
As mentioned, they represent different organizations, but they both work in the field of AI, natural language processing, and text simplification. And as mentioned also, they are part of the IDEM project team, along with Fundación Cibervoluntarios, and we will be discussing more about this project later on. But first, well, this section is called Decentralization of Digital Spaces in Europe. So decentralization, it's about democratizing and opening up digital space to the most vulnerable people. And AI plays an important role in this. How come? Like, I'd like to know what are the main barriers or difficulties that these vulnerable people face when participating in digital spaces, and how AI can help these people to overcome these barriers.
Yeah, so our work is really focused on helping vulnerable people, and as you may can imagine, there are a lot of different groups who need to have accessible digital spaces to be part of society, take part in, for example, political discussions. And we need to make sure that the digital spaces are accessible for anybody. First of all, there are infrastructure measures. People need access to the internet. They need devices to access digital spaces, such as smartphones, laptops, and so on. And then, of course, also the digital spaces themselves must be accessible, and they must have accessible user interfaces.
Yes, I think that when we have artificial intelligence tools, sometimes we face the problems of, let's say, the interface. You have the interface. Sometimes these interfaces that big players prepare for the wall. I mean, they are not one solution fits all the needs. We struggle sometimes with accessing functionalities. We don't know what these functionalities are there for. That's one aspect. The second aspect is these interfaces obviously transmit content, and this content is available to everyone. But having the content does not mean that you can understand it. So making this content accessible for everyone is one of the things that we want to make here in this collaboration that we have with Martin and other partners. So the interface, but also what the interface transmits. So the content is very important, and we would like to make it accessible.
And regarding your question about the opportunities that AI brings on the table, it can really help the platform providers to cater the needs of people with, for example, vision impairment, people with hearing impairment, or people with learning difficulties. AI can be used for automatic subtitle generation, or for text simplification, making complex information easier to understand. So here, AI can make it easier for the platform providers to open up their spaces and make them more accessible for everybody.
That's really interesting. While listening to you, the following question came to my mind. You're a computer scientist. You work with technology that apparently has nothing to do with people. So at what point did you decide to put AI to the service of citizens, and what led you to make these decisions?
Okay. So yeah, indeed, I am a computer scientist. I mean, I've been doing all my career in computer science, but in undergraduate, when I was looking for a final degree project, at the time there was a topic that emerged at that time that was computational linguistics. And I said, wow, this is fascinating, because I mean, I am good at math, I'm good at computer science, but I am struggling with things like syntax, you know, spelling. And I said, oh, it would be fascinating, I mean, this topic, because we could create programs able to help you with your spelling, helping with your grammar, and well, now, I mean, you have all those things in your computer, right? When you write, I mean, there are suggestions, there are replacements that the machine suggests. Sometimes it's wrong, but in many cases it will be correct. You have Grammarly that helps you with your writing, etc. So I said, okay, I am a computer science, but I would like to develop applications that are useful for people. So that's a fascinating thing to do, not only to keep in your, close in your laboratory and developing a solution and then doing internal testing, but something that is useful for others.
Yeah, and at Capito we are doing text simplifications for over 20 years for a lot of different industries, and we started by translating text with experts, with humans, and we are still doing it with these experts, but it's just a scaling problem. I mean, ideally, all the information that you can read out there is accessible for anybody. It should be available in the language difficulty that fits your needs, that fits your language skills. And this is just so much text that you need technologies and AI to support experts, to support professional writers, but also in the future to support readers.
Okay, thanks. So indeed, information accessibility is fundamental to ensuring democracy and therefore that citizens can make informed decisions. As mentioned, language can be a barrier to that, and the project they are presenting today, IDEM, which stands for Innovative and Inclusive Democratic Spaces for Deliberation and Participation, aims precisely to promote the participation of vulnerable or marginalized groups with limited writing, reading and language comprehension skills into these digital spaces. So that sounds amazing, super interesting. So please, could you tell us more about this project, the objectives, where does the idea come from, and just share with all of us?
Okay, yes. This project comes about a group of people who like to work on accessibility and text simplification, and also making spaces more accessible, and digital spaces in this case. And we come up with the idea of applying text simplification and related technology in order to make democracy more accessible. We know that in a democratic context, I mean, information is of paramount importance. Information will appear, let's say, in written form, also in a spoken form, usually what type of information is there. I mean, you could have, let's say, the program of a political party can be very complicated to understand. It could be a debate in television, argumentative text, which can be very, very challenging for several people. The laws of a country, the laws where it is said what are your rights, what are your democratic possibilities. These are texts that in general are written by lawyers who don't have, let's say, accessibility as one of their main objectives. So this can be very challenging for several people, and we concentrate on particular, in general, we want to concentrate on people who have reading and writing difficulties. That obviously includes people that will have, let's say, some cognitive disability, but not necessarily, okay? Because we may struggle with writing and reading at any time in our life, and as we get older, we will need assistive technology. So this is for all, not only for specific types of population, yeah, specific sectors of the population. So the technology that we could develop could be of help for everyone at some point. And so we got with a bunch of partners, including Cyber Voluntarios. So we have in the project several ONGs. We have also groups, associations for the welfare of people with disabilities that are our main contact points with our user group, with our users. We have universities, we have research institutes. We have Capito, that is the leader on developing easy to read in Europe. And we have democratic institutions in the consortium, so a variety of players that will make, I am hoping, this project a success.
You want to add something?
No, this was really a perfect summary. Maybe only one thing, the group of people with learning difficulties, with low language reading or writing skills is sometimes not as prominent as other groups with some kind of disability. And I think you can't really make here a difference. It should, all the spaces should provide accessibility to all vulnerable groups, and of course reading and language skills shouldn't be forgotten in this case.
Okay, so I have a last question for you. Horacio more or less answered it, but how are you planning to engage these vulnerable groups into the project? Because usually it's hard to reach them and also to get them involved. How is IDEM managing this?
Yeah, in the project we have, as I said, 3 organizations that care for people with disabilities. In general, they are nationwide, let's say, organizations, but also more local organizations, such as in Barcelona we have from the council, the city council, we have an association as well. And yes, they are the ones who deal or connect us with our final users. So it's very important to have them because they know their needs, they know how to approach them, and they know what principles we need to design in order to work with them. So ethical principles, you know, respect and protecting them, make sure that what we will develop is will benefit them. That's the most important thing, that their participation is because what we are going to produce is for them. So this is absolutely important.
So I don't know if we have any question from the audience. Come on.
There's one there.
Okay, you have one.
But it's not going to be in English, please. ¿Contemplan?
Do you take into consideration foreigners in Spain? Are you considering people who are searching for a job here in Spain and who are from abroad?
In the use cases that we are going to prepare, we will involve also the elderly. So different groups that we think may struggle with access to information, let's say, in the languages of the project. The project will be in Spanish, Italian, and Catalan, and therefore a migrant may not have all the skills yet to digest this complicated information, and therefore they will need simplification.
More questions? No? Okay, so I have one.
Yes.
A project like IDEM raises important ethical and privacy issues. So how are you going to address these implications in the project? And what measures are planned to ensure the protection of data, especially for vulnerable groups that usually do not pay that much attention or are not concerned about this?
So within the project, we have a framework, an ethical framework. So we have our, let's say, principles. We follow the European principles on ethical procedures. We have also an ethical procedure, let's say, office or institution where we apply for in order to carry out our research. And if the research is correct, we will get approval to carry out the studies, the different studies that we need to do. Data protection is very important. So, for example, during interviews, obviously, we need to collect some data that might be of personal characteristics. But this will be anonymized, and then obviously after some time it will be destroyed. But it's important to notice that in this project, we don't want to, let's say, monitor people to trace their behavior or to profile them. So that's not the objective of the project. The project objective is to facilitate access to information and participation. So nothing like we want to know the political opinion of, let's say, certain groups of people. So this is not the objective of the project. The project is making spaces accessible for discussion and for participation and consensus, probably.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's of utmost importance, especially in the political domain, to let people openly voice their opinions, and therefore they must feel safe. They must be sure that their information is protected, can be private, and also we are developing AI solutions, but we are not planning in any way to pull away all the data and train the models on those inputs. Rather, some research endeavors in our project could also be making the AI output more explanatory, more transparent. So, yeah, but it's a very important topic in our project for sure.
Okay, so thank you very much, and you can please keep updated on this project because it just got approved. So we're starting to developing, and I want you to, yeah, sure.
No, just finish and I will say something.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I would like to thank the organizers for this wonderful event, also Begoña for the interview, and also for the wonderful music and the poetry that was also on display. And thank you to Malaga, beautiful city. Thank you very much for having us. Thank you.
Bien, pues muchísimas gracias, Horacio y Martín.
Thanks so much, Horacio and Martín. Horacio from the University of Pompeu Fabra and Martin for Capito. We were talking about decentralized countries, and we have talked about decentralized technology. And they work in these decentralized societies. So that's one of the most important things, to work with people and with vulnerable groups. And now we're going to talk about trust chains, solutions for a people-centered internet that is trustworthy and sustainable. Chris Secas is the founder of Control Space, and Anastasia Manos, who's the CEO and director of the public sector of .soft. Andrés del Álamo is moderating, who's the coordinator of European projects in Ciber Voluntarios, and they are going to address another of our main projects on a European level. Whenever you have the microphones, the floor is yours. I wish we could have someone playing the piano now. Does anyone know how to play the piano? Do we have any volunteers? If I knew how to play the piano, I would certainly do it, because art always comes in handy. Sonia, you have to be here in a little while. Yeah, it's going to be your turn. All right, then. All yours.
When we hear, and we have heard in these speak about terms such as AI, blockchain, federated learning, for those who are not knowledgeable to it, a lot of, let's say, common associations are made that are very close to the risk. For those who are familiar with these terms, then it comes the common kind of applications for that, However, we have the privilege today to listen Chris and Anastasios, winners of Trust Chain. Trust Chain is one of these NGI open call projects that fund projects that have to do with new, novel, cutting-edge technologies in the human-centric and also, let's say, innovative field. These two persons here are two different winners of Open Call 2, and with them we want to see a practical example on how do these projects happen, what do these projects do, and well, what's the social benefit, and also how do they include people and their end users, whoever they may be, because this is very diverse, into the development of their solutions. I think it's better that they present themselves, so I want to give the floor to them. Perhaps Anastasios, if you want to start.
Okay. First, I want to thank you for the invitation. My name is Manos Anastasios. I'm the managing director of .soft, a software development company from Greece. The project that we propose has the name of Aurora Minds and is a second step of another research project called Smart Speech. The findings of this first call and this first project was actually a risk diagnosis solution for the recognition of deficiencies children in the area of ADHD. As you probably know, it is a very common situation, status that the small children, the age between 6 and 9, face the last at least 10 years. And the scope of the project is to identify with the use of IoT sensors and the use of a game that the child uses over a tablet or a mobile phone to take data regarding the difficulties for reading, the difficulties of the memory, and pictures or photos related with the toys or the family, and color disorders, so as to take a better understanding of the level of the step on which this status is at this specific time.
And so we've seen one interesting application that we've seen in Trust Chain. What about you, Chris?
Okay. First of all, thanks for having us. Thanks for organizing this amazing event. I'm Chris Secas. I'm the founder of Control Space Labs. Control Space Labs is a startup that started like 1 year ago. We had a lot of experience working with enterprise applications, cloud applications, cloud transformation and stuff like that. And then at some point, all this AI hype started, and we started having more and more requests about having tools to facilitate the operations of LLMs, having ready-made solutions that someone can train a model and provide a chatbot that is trained to private data, let's say. So at some point we decided that instead of doing separate projects, we need to make a tool. At the same time, we decided that there is no reason for this tool to not be open source. Someone else was going to do it, so we decided to be maybe, I don't want to say the first one, but one of the first ones that we are developing an open source, production-ready, at the enterprise level application that you can use it to train your own AI models and facilitate the operations of that. So at some point in control space, we are also, our mission, first of all, is to accelerate the cutting-edge technology adoption. So we are doing it by also organizing coding bootcamps and seminars. We are working with a collective of tutors in Greece. And at some point, we started discussing to have a tool that the tutors can train AI models and then give those agents, AI agents, to their students, so we can approximate, let's say, one-to-one relationship between students and tutors. And then we realized that, first of all, too many tutors they are afraid to share their knowledge with AI systems. They are afraid that someone will take their knowledge and capitalize on that, and then they are not going to give anything back. So this is how we started the Proven AI project, which eventually funded by Trust Chain. And the goal of this project is to build a solution where tutors will feel empowered, and we will make it easy for them to upload their knowledge, their training material. Just click one button, and then they can give to their students an AI chatbot that the students can interact, solve questions, answer questions, guide them to the right direction. So this is basically the project.
Yes, so thank you. I want to ask you a little bit more in depth, because we were talking the other day, and with you, Anastasios, just today, about the difference that your applications make in terms of social impact with similar tools. In your case, Anastasios, I think I recall you told about something about the data management, which changes completely from other kind of solutions of the same kind. And also for you, Chris, we were talking also about the possibilities that this may have in terms of scaling up. So perhaps if you can tell a little bit more to the audience about it.
Yes. The critical for us is that in this specific project, we are trying to make a new data management tool that will gather the data from the game and will have a wallet application for every child. What does this mean? This means that we can manage and we can have all the data for at least 3 or 4 years for a child, and not only for this specific case, but also using federated learning techniques to have a type of forecast in a central database with all the children that will be the set and the pool of the users. This is very important regarding the social impact, taking into consideration that we have at least 500 parents from the first project that have been already users and registered in the platform, and we hope that at the next step, Aurora Mind will double up this type of parents, and of course we have also more and more children that will take part of this interesting mobile game.
Okay, and for you, Chris, I recall we were talking about the incentives that creators and educators can have to actually produce knowledge and get it into your application, and also the potential for self-learning that your solution have. So can you illustrate a little bit to the people about it here?
Yep. On the social side, I think right now there are two problems that we try to solve. First of all, people, they know, basically for the tutors, they know that there are big companies like ChatGPT, they have created powerful LLMs, and they also know that basically they have used information that are publicly available in the internet. So this creates, this doesn't create incentives for knowledge creators to continue create and continue write articles that are publicly accessible. And on the other side, we see, because of that, we see that people has lost incentive, and also people, they are not compensated anymore, because, okay, the business model, let's say, of the internet up until now, even if we like it or not, it was either a subscription-based platform or an open platform that was generating revenue from ads. Now that everybody discussed chats with an AI, there is no access to public information, so the creators are not compensated. So we decided to work on user sovereignty. Users will be able to upload their data. Users will have the ability to take back control of their data if they don't want to use them anymore. And our solution is monitoring whenever their own data is used in an LLM. So we can create, first of all, so we can recognize who is created the knowledge, and eventually we can compensate them by measuring how often their information is used to generate answers in an LLM system.
Okay, hope it was clear enough. If not, there are questions after, as you know. So I want to make one last short question, because with Giovanni, with Aliskin, with Anna, we were talking about how NGI projects needs of the end user, right? And I think both your projects are very good examples on how to involve not just public administrations really, but actual users, tutors, and let's say parents, families into the project. So if you can very briefly, because we are a bit short of time, sorry, explain how are you going to actually engage and collaborate with users for the development of your applications.
Okay. In our plan, it is very important to have parents and of course, children. We have a team of doctors that will be part of the project, so as to give us very specific case studies and special cases of children. And of course, we have also the support of two private schools in the area of Thessaloniki that will be, let's say, supporters regarding the pilots and the dissemination of the application to the children and, of course, to the parents.
And what about your case, Christos?
So we already worked before the project with a collective of tutors in Greece. This is a collective of more than 80 tutors. We are discussing with them to understand what are the problems and what is the possible solutions. The goal for the project is to create subject expert agents in at least 10 different subjects, courses or curriculums with those tutors. And eventually this collective has like something 100 new students every month. So the plan is to give access to those students, test and pilot the application before the end of the project so we can have the results for the project.
Fantastic. And actually from Theatre Voluntarios, we will be accompanying them in both the processes and helping them with whatever is necessary. So we have some few more minutes, no? Well, apparently not for more questions. But thank you, everyone, for listening, and Anastasios and Christos for coming and sharing with us.
Thank you very much for having us.
Bien, pues muchísimas gracias, Chris, y muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Chris and Anastasio, CEO of DocSoft, and Chris Secas, Control Space, moderated by Mr. Olálamo. And now, again, Esther Maestro will be moderating the next session. So now we will be talking about open solutions for a sustainable future with Neil McCarthy, Director of Planet Crust and President of Corteza Project and founder of AORI. So I'll leave you to it once you are both ready.
Well, Neil is Irish, so we're going to interview in English. Hi, everyone, again. We are here with Neil McCarthy. Valeria has introduced him. And Neil, Valeria has mentioned that you are CEO and founder of AIR, but also CEO of Planet Crust, who are the authors and maintainers of Corteza. What is Corteza and AIR, and how those two projects intertwined together?
Okay, thank you. And thank you for inviting me here. It's a great honor. So first and foremost, Corteza is a low-code platform for building what might be called records-based management systems. So think of patient management systems, customer relationship management systems, ERPs, etc. We've spent about 2 million on it over the last number of years, just building it. It is all in open source with an Apache 2.0 license. And where possible, and I stress where possible because sometimes it's not practical, it is also standards-based from top to toe. And what we've tried to do is actually take a look at technology that's used out there in the world. In particular, we had a look at the Salesforce cloud and the technology underpinning that, which is called Lightning. And that kind of inspired us a little bit as to what feature set might be, what build logic might be, what the user experience might be, and of course, what type of applications we might want to build at the end of the day, not just now, but also in the future.
Having said that, which kind of applications can we build with AIR? What are the applications? Is this for anything we can think of, or does it have any particular?
So first, I suppose to explain the difference between Corteza and AIR.
Okay.
So we had a point of inflection about about 18 months ago, and all of this AI stuff came. So Cortese itself, we build it like we would build a normal low-code platform where you drag and drop things, and you add blocks to a screen, and you add things to the blocks, and you build data models, etc. And then this AI thing came on, and we all looked and went, oh dear, what are we going to do?
The melon.
Yeah, precisely. And it was a bit like, okay, all of these LLMs are now claiming they can write code for you, and certainly they can generate some simple scripts, and within 3 to 5 years they will probably be able to build relatively complex applications for you. So we took a step back and we said, okay, if that's the case, then that's all well and good, but do we all want LLMs delivering us complex applications? And we said, actually, maybe not. Maybe there's a case to be made for having a platform that you can scrutinize beforehand, that you can security test beforehand, that you know is written according to all the right standards beforehand, that potentially you yourself could contribute some features, functionality to that platform. So we decided that we would use an LLM just as a proof of concept originally, to see whether we could get it giving us information, giving us data, predicting what we might want next in a system. And that usually starts with data models. And you could imagine a data model for a patient management system, which might start with the patient, the healthcare providers, the health insurance, etc. And pick through, what will be next? If I'm building an app, what language would I use next? What's the probability? Bearing in mind that LLMs are probability engines. So what we've done is to say, all right, now give me the sort of modules I would like in there, and that populates the different modules, such as the doctors, the nurses, the healthcare providers, the next of kins, etc. All of these things go into patient management systems. And then we go into each module and we say, all right, what information do we need to know about the patient? Obviously, their name, their address, the symptoms of the problems they might have, etc.
I think we're playing a video of how it works.
You are playing a video,
very
yes.
quickly.
Okay. And this is for wearable active lighting technology management, which obviously has nothing to do with government whatsoever, but nor patients. But you see what's happening up there, which is basically it is adding on new terminology into different modules as it goes. And this whole process, if we shorten it, we can do the whole process from start to finish for any particular domain we wish to go into. Within 10 to 15 minutes, you have a fully functioning application, which in turn also has all of the various security mechanisms you would like to see. It has all of the API capabilities you would probably like to see. So every single field you saw created up there is API-centric. So we can connect this where we wish to connect it. You can see all of the code in advance. You can security test all of the code in advance.
So if I don't write code, can I ask Air to do like a standard application? Can I use it even if I don't know how to write code?
Correct. The simple idea here is that we are citizens. We can now use and engage an LLM to build the language that we need in order to actually deliver the application. Be very clear here, we are not getting the AI to build the application. We are getting the AI to engage in your expert domain, give the language that you actually use for each module, for each section that you want to build in your application, and after that we're doing the rest programmatically. The result is that we can take, thank you very much. I wasn't sure, shall I just stick it in the beard?
An applause for Samu, who's helping us a lot today. Thank you. Go on, sorry.
I can't remember where I stopped.
So you think we can still use AI but be independent?
Yeah. Okay. That's a particularly good question. I must admit, when we started building this, I went, oh, okay, we can just use the language and then give you this completely operationally sovereign platform. What we're doing is using the AI to help us build a configuration file. Give us the language, and then we go build a configuration file around that. You then take that configuration file away and we install it into Corteza, and that's pretty much how the process works. I think this thing's going to fall off. I can tuck it over the ear and see what happens.
That's better.
That's better, yes. We're attempting to get it just to a place where you are completely operationally sovereign afterwards. You take your entire platform away with you. You never have to connect it to the AI again. On top of that, it is all completely configurable on its own to a much greater extent to what we allow the AI do. So we don't, for example, tell the AI or allow the AI to suggest the permissions that go in the system. You actually take that away and do it yourself. We do not get the AI to configure the APIs at the moment, etc., etc.
That's something that we have to...
Does that mean we're completely independent? I don't know. I actually grabbed Melanie before all this started, but unfortunately it stopped before I had the chance to ask her the question, which is, if we know data models, are we completely independent? If the LLM knows a data model, and does that make us completely independent? It's a good question. I don't have a real answer that I'm convinced it does or it doesn't yet.
Great. And what about regulations? Because maybe I want to build an app, but I don't know for certain the regulations behind it, how that matches with AIR and with the AI.
So for a start, we somewhat sidestepped the question. And it's not us being particularly clever. We give you all the code. It's all open source. You own it, you control it. If you have regulations that you must hit, then so be it. Some regulations specify you have to use specific language, but that specific language is already in the public domain. An experiment I ran a little bit earlier was on GovStack specifications, which I don't think are regulations, but we were able to pick out disaster management, pandemic management, and just pointed at the specification, and it built an app around it. So we can build apps that respect the applications to the regulations to the extent to which those are published. But afterwards, it's not just about that. It's about where you host it. It's about the qualifications of the people using the application, etc. So I don't think it's not a silver bullet for anybody looking to nail regulations down. That's for sure.
Okay, so they are not like quick enough, no, for the development.
I think someone said it earlier, that there's no. Ultimately, yes, we can make a build process faster, but there's no way to get around doing things properly. So I would strongly recommend anybody who's going to implement a regulation to look at the regulation first, and not just implement it what we have.
Just in case. Yeah. If someone from the public has any questions, yes, Bob, there's one over there. I knew there were going to be questions.
Thank you for the nice interview. I wonder, I don't know if you can share with us, because you're a company, any failures that you have noticed that you can share, obviously. And also because these systems, obviously, these systems don't know about rules, so you may have, let's say, developing a database, and you have certain restrictions for the database, and because the systems are probabilistic, they still have the possibility of generating things that are completely not aware of the underlying specifications. So I wonder if you could, I don't know if it is possible, or you have noticed any very severe problems with using this technology in your case.
You're talking specifically with respect to the LLMs and using them to, yeah, okay. Yeah, I can give you a big long list if you wish, but we'll stick to some highlights. I think the main problem is consistency. My experience of LLMs is, despite everything that we're told and the use of the word artificial and intelligence in there, I would stick with the artificial bit far more than I'd stick with the intelligent bit. This is a probability engine. It is, to a certain extent, gamified, because every time I go there, it'll respond, oh, certainly, I'll give you an answer to that. And that could be completely misleading. So we've had to put a lot of guardrails in, to the point where we've actually got to, each time we do a prompt, there's 80 or 90 prompts. So what you saw up there is a radically accelerated version of what happens. It takes about 15 minutes to do all of that, and there's 80 or 90 prompts in there where we get stuff, we refactor it, we take a look at what it's given us, and sometimes it gives us crazy things that are dropped in the middle of something which purports to be intelligent. So, it's a probability engine, and the probability of it getting something wrong is relatively high, and if you accept that, then you understand that, it's basically gamified. And accept as well in terms of how that's interacting with your mind, which is you're sitting there going, ooh, it took me that way. And you're very excited about that, but that's not what you started at. So we've actually, the whole process you saw up there is the whole thing run together. We do a thing we called Instant App, and it just does everything together. But we've actually disaggregated it for more serious people, so that you can pick through each section and look at the language it's giving you rather than getting the whole thing. So that would be number one problem. Number two problem, I think number one is good enough at the moment.
So that's okay. We have still time for one more question. Anyone else? No? So where is AIR headed? Where do you think it's headed right now? What's the status now?
So right now it's in late alpha. It's been in late alpha for about 4 weeks, so we can't get it out of late alpha yet because of said consistency issues. That we know what they are; they're known knowns at this stage. But where's it going next? We want to take it to many different places. We want to show people that there's a lot you can achieve with this. We can go to government departments and pick out every sub-department, ask them what it is they're managing in there, and tell them how to use this, and they're building applications, and they can take them away and be 100% operationally sovereign afterwards. They do not have to put it back into the AI. They do not have to rebuild it again. They can maintain it separately. So that's one big thing. Other things we want to look at are use cases that scale. But use cases that scale in economic areas that don't necessarily have the money to do it, that they might have had beforehand. Corteza was originally built, literally, and we all had a good giggle when we did this, it was literally built as a digital platform for humanity. It was all given away on that basis. So we are now in a place where everybody can have this. We try to make it as simple as possible to install.
Sounds amazing.
You can't please everybody, but we try our best to do that, and we try our best to stick to all the standards. So doing things more quickly, by all means, doing things more accurately, and doing things at an absolutely tiny cost that we would previously have had to pay tens of thousands, if not more, for.
Of course. Well, we invite everyone to test it and prove it.
Please.
And thank you so much, Nia, for your intervention. Sorry for the difficult questions. We promise you a drink afterwards.
I'll gladly accept. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bien, pues muchísimas gracias, Esther, muchísimas gracias, Neal.
Thank you very much, Esther and Neal. It was a pleasure to have you here. If you allow me, we are going to hit some very hot topics. We're going to talk about AI and open code to ensure the sustainability of the planet. We have Aurora González. I'm really excited to have her here. It's great to see that we have people from the University of Murcia. She has a PhD on technologies and smart environments. And we have Manon Cornell, who's going to tell about her project, Open Food Facts. And we have Cristina here from the Cibervoluntarios family.
Ya me han dicho fuera, ya no hablas más, pesada. Pero
They told me that I have to stop talking. Anyways, I see that things are happening in Murcia. There's a great ecosystem happening there. People like me, I come from Almeria, agrotech, so I love to see this presence here, the presence of small cities. So from Murcia to the world, come on.
Hello. So we're still waiting for the microphones.
Kelly has difficult.
I can relate.
Hola, hola. Vale, gracias.
Well, so in the meantime, thank you.
Where's the thing? It's not going well.
Okay.
I think I'm getting there.
Yes, I think it's okay.
A ver, habla. Talk. Hello?
Do you hear or? Okay, great. Well, so first of all, I wanted to thank Manon and Aurora for coming here today with us. So today we have been talking about a next generation internet. So in this line, we have today here Aurora, which represents the University of Murcia in the NGI Search project, and Manon, which is part of Open Food Facts, an initiative that was actually selected under one of their open calls. So it's interesting to have today these both visions. So I wanted to begin this conversation by asking you to briefly introduce your projects and also to explain us how do they relate to sustainability, how do they approach it. I think we have a PDF, so we wait, but if you want to...
Okay.
Yeah, so that's you, Aurora, if you want to start.
Sure. So thank you very much for having me here. I am, as Christina said, representing the consortium of NGI Search, which is a European project that looks for open source tools for search and discovery on the internet. We have finalized the selection of Open Call 4. Therefore, we have one more open call to go. So if any of the ideas we talk about today resonate with you, you're more than welcome to apply for it. And then we have a menu of subtopics that we normally offer, but we are open to any new solutions. I have listed some of them there. Basically, we look for new search tools that are based on the AI. We look for searching and tackling gaps in LLMs, new tools for addressing ethics in search and discovery, and in general, tools that can help to put humans in the center of progress. And from the 45 projects that we have already selected, I have here a few of them who I can highlight in terms of environmental and in terms of social sustainability, because those topics are transversal through all the calls. Well, since I have to talk about others here, because I'm just a mentor to them and just like part of the consortium, I just wanted to give some highlights about them. First of all, there is IoT Twinning, who are creating digital passports for devices, for hardware, and this is helping their reusability, therefore reducing the carbon footprint. We have Lab Discovery Search, for example, that is connecting real laboratories with students and workers in order to reduce the duplicates when they are buying any kind of lab equipment and reduce the energy waste. And we have a new project in this new open call that is called carbon.txt. We don't have a sticker yet. We will have it soon. And they are developing a tool in order to find out how green the energy of a digital infrastructure is. So you know that digital products use a lot of energy because of telecommunications, because of data centers, and so on and so forth. So they want to use published data in order to governance structures and any kind of industry standards in order to facilitate the search of this kind of information. And then in terms of social sustainability, I have highlighted here three projects. We have Marara, who are creating, who are helping citizens to access documents from public administration, documents that we are legally allowed to access, but sometimes we have difficulties. In France, basically. Then we have, who is the, Trust Search. They are creating a tool to find out the political inclination of different media and the bias that certain statements can have. And we have, for example, also Chatterlex, who are helping citizens to understand legal documents. So I think this is a good summary of what we're doing in terms of sustainability. Myself, I'm also involved in other projects such as Thinking Azul, which is part of Next Generation EU. And it's a national initiative to use AI and monitor coast and ocean environments to help fight, in general, climate change. And I invite you to check it out. But I think that covers most of it.
Great, thank you. So Manon, if you want to briefly introduce Open Food Facts.
Yes. Thank you very much. That was very complete. We have only 20 minutes, so I guess it's going to be challenging to... so yeah, I'm working for Open Food Facts. So Open Food Fact is a non-profit citizen project. Started in 2012 in France, but is now an international project. So the goal is to build the biggest possible database about food products. So we're very interested in food. And to date, we have about 3 million products in our database. And this huge database has several roles. One of them is to help consumers better understand what's in their food, because we're eating 3 times a day for most of us. And with 365 days per year, that's bit more than 1,000 opportunities to make decisions about food. So we thought it's a good topic to bring more transparency so that people can make decisions that are better for the health and better for the health of the planet as well. But as for today, the connection with AI and sustainability and how we use it in the project. So I brought a few pictures to help you understand concretely what we do with AI. So thanks to our machine learning engineer, we have the ability to make automatic detection of the category of the product, to learn about the ingredients, make better prediction of the origin of the ingredients as well, make better prediction about the nutritional values, understand which labels are present on the packaging, and also make prediction about the packaging itself of the product. And all these new data come and enrich our database, the Open Food Fact database. And with all this new data that is coming from AI and coming also from the manual annotation from our amazing community, we get to compute new information. So in Open Food Fact, we have raw data, so it's all the data you could see on the packaging of food products. But we make sense of it and we compute additional information, like the Nutri-Score, which you may be familiar with. I think it's present in some products in Spain. But we also compute the Eco-Score, and that's the connection with sustainability. So thanks to AI, we could compute even more Nutri-Scores and even more Eco-Scores. And the end goal of that is to bring all this information in the hands of citizens and help consumers make better decisions for themselves and for the planet. And huge thank you.
No, thank you.
to the NGI search team, and thank you everyone that is involved in all the NGI initiatives. This is a massive support for a project like us. We're a small team of 8 employees, and this represents the world to know that...
We were super happy when we received your application, because we've known that we've known your values. What best search and discovery tool, one that already has this kind of background to fit into our project, so that was really good.
Then we'll keep applying every 6 months.
Well, so thank you. It's very interesting to hear about your experiences and how it connects to the NGI. So we see that indeed environmental and social sustainability are key parts of your projects. So we see that new technologies are a solution to current challenges that we face as a society. So, but however, we also see that to a large part of society, AI and open source remain unknown. And I believe that one challenge is to ensure that society and the community is actually involved in these initiatives that are very interesting, but sometimes they don't get to the people. So in this sense, I wanted to ask you about community engagement. So how do you promote active participation in this initiative and create a community within?
Should I? Okay. Maybe can we go one slide back so that there is something that supports what I say? Just for maybe? Yes, that's it. So from our perspective, I think there is no, well, we know that there is not a solution for everyone here. So each of the projects, each of the solutions have to find out their public, their way to transfer whatever they are doing. So for us as a consortium, we wanted to create our own community to start somewhere of searchers, as we call it. And we are making some efforts, such as, for example, we are doing stand-up meetings with them, like more or less regularly, every month or every 2 months, where we review we review the progress of the whole project, and then we have three of the projects to explain their work. We try to categorize them a little bit into related areas, so that is working pretty well. We also encourage them to participate in open source and conference events and conferences, such as FOSDEM, OW2COM, that is actually happening soon, and Open Expo. So, and for example, we created a special track on LLMs and fact-checking in the Infosys conference, and from there we realized that we need some kind of channel for them to talk. So we are creating a Rocket Chat channel, which already actually came up here in this today in this space. What else are we doing? Yeah, and as a consortium, something very important, or that we consider that is something extra, is that we are providing added value services to the projects. We are providing open science advice. We are providing advice on how to create a business plan, how to adopt it, and one of them is also providing links to standards and foundations. So basically, we try to connect them further to the community that has already a stronger basis, you know. And then each of the projects have their own way to communicate. Most of them use social media. And then I have a few examples of the ones that are more active on this communication basis. For example, ChatDKJ. They are, they are a project that is creating a search tool based on knowledge graphs, and it's decentralized. And they have a Discord channel, which is where they encourage participation of everybody. They welcome everybody, and they have a really interesting, like a really active community, let's say. And they have a series of office hours that they were stream at the moment, and now they are in YouTube, so that they explain their solution. They really make efforts to put themselves out there for the citizens and for the industry. And then each of them, for example, Madata is talking to newspapers, to televisions in France, to other networks, international networks such as Alavateli. If there are some academic partners, they use their tool with their students, with in public events with journalists. So there are so many ways. And as we are doing here now, no? Every one of us is trying to explain their project and trying to push it there in the wild, let's say.
That's great. So how about open food facts, Manon? How do you create this community?
There's no magic recipe for guaranteed engagement. On our side, so most of the time people think that we put all our effort in trying to engage with the end users of our solution, which are the consumers. But actually, we have to engage with the whole ecosystem that is interacting with Open Food Fact. So it's not only the consumers, but it's all the mobile apps that are reusing Open Food Facts, because there's a little slide that...
Yeah, in the last slide, if you can, please.
Yes, wonderful. So yeah, as you may have guessed, in the name, Open Food Fact has got open, so we are open source, open data, like most of the projects today. This means that we have a lot of people reaching out to us because they want to reuse this resource. It's a lot of researchers, for example. We're so proud that we counted up to 600 research articles to date. As I was saying, we also have a lot of mobile application around nutrition that reuse Open Food Fact. So it can be mobile applications that are here to help pregnant women to find the right food for them, or application for people that are eating halal food only, or people that are gluten intolerant. So, you know, there's so many applications targeting specific audiences that need these raw data about food to start their project, and then do, you know, what they need to do in their country and stuff like that. So we're super proud to be able to be the foundation for all these projects. But it takes time to help every developer get access to the API, fix whatever they don't understand in the documentation, stuff like that.
So I don't think we have a lot of time, right? I don't know if it's time for maybe one question of the public. If somebody has a question, feel free to ask. And if not, we can conclude. Sadly, we don't have that much time. So, okay, so if there's no questions, we can just conclude. And so yeah, to reflect a bit, I think that AI and open source, you have shown us that are very good tools to put people at the center of change, and actually to democratize the digital spaces, which is what we have been discussing today. So if you want to have a very short conclusion.
Maybe just to say that since now AI is so mainstream, open source probably has an opportunity to reach people and to, I think that with this kind of tools that we are creating, we can educate further and say, okay, why don't you worry about the fake news? Why don't you worry about data privacy? Why, when you use a digital service, be a little bit more knowledgeable about what you are giving out for the business that is providing it for free, maybe, or if you want to contribute to a further cause so that we can all together reach a point where progress is for the humans and not for a few. So just, I think, living it with this thought.
Yeah, I'd say I think open source is so important because it's putting all the knowledge in the hands of everyone, and therefore contribute to building together mutually and probably learn all faster. And I don't remember what else I said. That's all right. But yeah, thank you so much for organizing this event, because this is completely contributing to making open source more known. And yeah, that's my point, is that we don't talk enough about open source, and we should see TV spots, adverts, like having really wide mainstream channels diffusing open source content because people don't understand why it's so important. And
hopefully this changes in the future and people get to know the benefits of it.
Yes.
So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vale, pues yo voy a ser breve, que sé que vamos un poquito.
I'm going to be brief because I know we are running late. Thank you very much, Aurora. Thank you very much, Manu. And thanks, Cristina. Cristina is also from Murcia, so we had two people from Murcia in this panel. So we're going to touch upon one of the last hot topics, trash hours, ethical AI solutions to return trust to citizens. The main objective is to provide those tools for security, like banking solutions, mobile applications, etc. Begoña González is going to be moderating. Hi, Begoña. Hi again. Okay, without further ado, I'll leave you with them. The floor is yours. I'm here once again in Spanish. I'm like Hannah Montana. It's a great pleasure for me to interview Javier and Miguel. Not only because their impressive expertise, but also because we're almost friends at this point, and they're here to tell us about Trust Aware. It's a project that Cibervoluntarios has collaborated in. We collaborated with this for 3 years. The term is over, so I think we've seen each other more than enough. This panel is on digital spaces, but I want to focus particularly on how regular citizens participate in them. In an increasingly digitalized world, information exchange is ongoing, but it's not always conscious. So I would like to ask, what are the data that citizens share more often without being aware of it? And what are the online scenarios where we do this? Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Begoña. Thanks, Cibervoluntarios, for inviting us. For us, it's a pleasure to be here. It's our first time in Empodera Live, but some other colleagues were here before. And it seems like we've been seeing each other a lot, and that we will keep doing so because we have some more projects in the pipeline. So it's a pleasure to be here. About the question that you just posed, it's tough because in our current digital life, we share data constantly, whether we're aware of it or not. We may be aware of being of sharing information, particularly on social media, where there's lots of interaction from different types of audiences. There are many types of social media, and we may be thinking that we are sharing something awareingly, but maybe we're sharing more than what we think. For example, we may be sharing a video that we think is very innocent, and then a real analysis of that information may lead to identify where you are when there may be traceability that may be combined with other data sources that creates a profile of that person. I mean, it's not what we see with a naked eye. An analysis may shed light on other things that we are sharing. For example, our web behavior. We know that we receive customized information online because of the cookies, right? So that's another way of sharing our interests, of creating a personal profile of ourselves. We buy things, we share our cards, and sometimes we tick on, I want to get information from third companies. That means that those companies are sharing information with third parties. Then in some apps, you, for example, go jogging. That company gets information about where you are, what's your heart rate, how much you exercise daily, what your habits are. So if you can combine all that information, we realize that we are sharing many things of our life. And then there's something that we're not aware of. We get phishing emails or smishing emails. So through social engineering attacks, that is companies or organizations that try to pretend to be third parties. Sometimes you get an email saying that Correos, the post office, or a company has a package for you, and you have to click somewhere and enter information. So there are different levels, but it's a matter of data and of information that they want to have about us to exploit it and to use it somehow. We don't know what that way is like. The way you're telling it, it seems like we're going to have the SEALs accessing our house at any moment. My question is, what do they really do? What do these companies do with this information? What's the reach? And how much at risk are we? Is it that serious? As Javi was saying, at the end of the day, they can create profiles, very detailed profiles about us, and know more about us than ourselves, than we know ourselves. I'm sure that you have talked next to your cell phone about something, and then out of the blue, you get advertisement about that thing that you were discussing next to the cell phone, things that you were not looking online, and it's not feasible that that information comes from Google. Here we have two schools of thought. One is that the cell phone listens to us, and another one is that social media algorithms know so much about us that they can predict what we will want next. I'll let you figure out what school of thought you choose. That on the one hand. And that's what's lawful. But if someone accesses that information, if those informations that gather all that data and they know so much about us, if they're hacked, if those companies are hacked, because, well, if this information is in lawful hands, they may know a lot about us for advertisement purposes. But if we're talking about a criminal, they can carry out a targeted attack. If I get an email from with the name of my boss, they have my cell phone number, I'm more likely to believe that person is my boss, even though it may not be my boss. Then if I get an email of someone offering me a job, because I'm sure you've also received these sort of like, oh, I have a job for you emails. So depending on the hands that, I mean, where this information falls and the hands of which this information is in, these may be more or less serious. Some people may be interested in having getting targeted advertisement. Anyways, I think it's important to be able to choose and to be aware of what we're sharing and what we're not sharing. I ran this test. I was talking about dog food. I don't have a pet, and I started receiving dog food advertisement. So I encourage you running that test. Okay, so now we are scared stiff. Thank you very much. So what can we do? We users, what specific measures can we adopt to safeguard ourselves from this informational theft? I mean, it's not really a theft because we're sharing the information.
There are several things you can do as a user. First of all, try to set up the social media and the websites where you share that information to be less public, or not as public as they usually are. And you need to check who you're sharing that information with. Our systems and our apps let us understand who we are sharing that information with. For example, you can also reject certain functionalities. For example, if you're not sharing any pictures, a particular app does not need access to your photo gallery, or they don't need access to your microphone. And then when surfing the net, you can use safer browsers and search engines, for example, DuckDuckGo or the like. They are more careful with what they track from us, and like Google, you can use Brave or Firefox as browsers. They are also more respectful than Chrome. But of course you should use your common sense. If you're sharing a picture showing you on the beach, cyber criminals will know that you're not at home. Normal thieves, plain thieves will know that you're not at home. So I'm really making that easy for them. So these questions, privacy and security for normal citizens, is part of this project, Trust Aware, Europe Horizon project coordinated by TreeLogic. So please tell us about it, because it just ended, it just completed. Oh no, we still have 10 more days. So please let us know what your missions were, what your targets were. So it is a European project, and it will end the 31st of May 2024. It started 3 years ago with a consortium. I don't know if you're familiar with the European projects. This is a collaborative mechanism between 12 partners in Europe. We have some other partners in Spain, well, cyber volunteers and ourselves, and then people from Finland, Ireland, Italy, and some more countries. So the aim of the project was to develop a set of tools to improve privacy and security in several types of audiences. Not just that, but to make those end users aware of the relevance of privacy and security. And we were trying to reach to different audiences, because we had two blocks, one led by cibervoluntarios for the cities and end users. They chose people who, with different profiles and levels, or literacy levels, both minors and people over 65. In some other countries it was people over 55. And Cibervoluntarios coordinated the participation of more associations in France, Italy and Romania, with the aim of analyzing the designs and the development of the tools, to obtain from them feedback, insights and suggestions on how to improve it. Because whatever we develop is for an audience, and if the audience doesn't use it or don't like it, well, you will be wasting 3 years of your time. So they wanted to know what they thought about accessibility, usability, etc. So we have like a panel combining 4 tools. Please stop me whenever you want me to stop if I talk too much. So the first panel was with a tool developed by ourselves for mobile applications, so that, as Miguel was saying, it will identify the relevant aspects of, for example, a privacy policy that you normally just accept without giving it a read. It identifies specific areas of data sharing, etc. And it also analyzes the description of the application and detects the permissions that it uses or that it really needs to function. For example, if you install a calculator that wants to get access to your images or your agenda or your list of contacts, makes no sense. Another functionality is an analysis that analyzes the ads that you get through the app and the profiling. For example, one of the volunteers in the 4 countries said that we should be able to block those ads. Another functionality is, for example, to introduce a URL, to enter an URL, and it will tell you whether it's safe or not. And then the fourth pillar, because we had the active collaboration of all the organizations in this, was training, providing the dashboard with material, information on tips or tricks on how to behave in certain situations. And then we have another side for data managers and data processors, for them to gather information, identify threats, etc. Thank you. Trustware uses artificial intelligence, but how? Because we've always been told that it should be the opposite. How would an artificial intelligence make this safer? Well, obviously, Trustware uses artificial intelligence for the good, because of course it can be used for evil. Cyber criminals use any available tool, but we use it, as Javi was saying, to make a summary, to highlight the most important parts of the privacy policies that we normally don't read because they use too technical a language or because they're too long. So with that, we can summarize it and make it easier to understand for the general public, so that we can understand what is being done or what the policy wants to do with our data. The other side of the coin is that artificial intelligence can also play, can also be well, ill-intended. For example, to do phishing or to launch campaigns and enter malware and to dynamically modify malware. It is a very powerful tool that can be used either for good or for evil. So those who work on the good side of the coin see it as a different way, in a different way. So please choose your sides, take sides. Thank you for this interview. I think we have time for one question. I'm not choosing. So my question is whether you could give us recommendations, for example, about sharing information. I had a similar experience. I went to a birthday party. My cell phone was in my bag, in the hanger, and then the birthday person said something about his shower, about the tap in the shower. And then I got a lot of thoughts about showers and shower taps. So I understand what you're saying. When we open accounts, we accept many things. So depending on what I do on the internet, or depending on the apps, I can accept or reject some of the options. But some of them require you to accept or to give your consent to them using your microphone or your agenda or your photo gallery. So what would you recommend us to I don't know, try to block something in those apps. Well, first of all, don't use them. No, that's impossible. One possible solution is, well, to block the microphone every time we use it. Yes. Yes, but is that it? No, because you cannot do anything about it if it's not prohibited by law. There is no other solution. The only solution is to block your microphone. Yes, use whatever you have in your phone to block it or lock it. But I didn't even have my phone on me, but the mic was open. Microphones in your cell phone are very good, very powerful. It's like you have to be aware that, for example, you can do Hey Google anytime, and you don't need to activate your microphone first. So they're open all the time. They're listening to you. Yes, this microphone is not open. No battery? No battery, no. It's dead. But we cannot hear the moderator without a microphone. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for those of you who stayed till the end of the session. I think there's a family picture now. No, there's one more. I am really sorry. There's one more speaker now. Thank you, Miguel and Javier. An applause for you.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias.
Thank you, Begoña. Thank you, Miguel, Javier. Thank you for being here. Well, this is now the end of today's session, the final end of this day in EmpoderaLIVE 2024. We're talking about quantum computation, which sounds like sci-fi to me. Something that I can see on the movies, and that's it. But my reflection about it is that we're talking about open technologies, we're talking about the technologies of tomorrow, because when we talk about artificial intelligence or quantum computation, whether you go on holidays, if you go on holidays for 2 weeks, it seems that you're missing out on it and you have to catch up. So instead of waiting to get all the wave of information, instead of waiting for Google and the like to talk to you about it, pay attention to this talk by Andrea Vesco, Chief Researcher in Cybersecurity in Lex Foundation, and Nicola Tuveri, a researcher at the Tampere University, moderated by Mr. Fumero, Antonio Fumero. Yes, thank you. Just a second, please. Just a second.
No sé si...
I don't know if you remember Helikin. There he is. Has lost his bag, his backpack. He just got it back. He just found it.
Okay. So, from one European Union funded project that is closing to another one that is initiating, that is executing, that is QBIP. We have Andrea from Lex Foundation and Nicola from Tampere University joining us for talking about not exactly quantum computing, but to talk about the quantum secure future for all using post-quantum cryptography. That is the topic of our project that Cyber Volunteers is joining a consortium with these guys. That is a consortium led by Linux Foundation, with a lot of interesting partners like Red Hat, for instance, Linux Foundation, Tampere University, Cyber Volunteers, CSIC in Spain, that is a research institution, pretty well known in Spain, and some other universities. And as we were talking before, one of these big elephants in the room is the AI, and the other one is quantum computing. I mean, when you are talking about quantum computing, you are talking about something that is complex in itself as a concept to understand to regular people. So in our case, in Zero Voluntaries and this event, we are pretty interested in the relationship between people, persons, and technology. So one of the things we need to do here is to make our audience understand what are we talking about when we are talking about quantum computing, and what does quantum computing really mean for all of us in our daily lives. I mean, for sure, there are a lot of complex concepts and ideas behind the quantum physics that are supporting quantum computing advance in these years. But we are more interested in is how is quantum computing or a post-quantum scenario modifying our daily life? How are we browsing the internet? How are citizens using the services we have available online? And how is this impacting all this stuff? So, first of all, you can for sure, who is Nicola? Okay. Who is Andrea? And after that introduction, we can go to the topic directly. How is quantum computing affecting our daily life basis?
Okay. So hola, soy Nicola, and that's all the Spanish that I can speak.
Great.
Hello, I'm Nicola, and that's all the Spanish I know.
Researcher at Tampere University, and I'm more specializing on what I like to call cryptographic engineering. And I also have the honor to serve as a member of the OpenSSL Technical Committee, which leads the technical governance of the OpenSSL project, which is widely adopted all over the software ecosystem. And I will let Andrea answer to who is Andrea, and then we can go back to the quantum computing question.
Hello, everyone. Andrea Vesco. I lead the cybersecurity group at the Linux Foundation. Linux is essentially a private research center in the city of Torino, in Italy. And I'm also the coordinator of these QB projects. And there I lead a group of, let's say, 12 wonderful researchers. Half of them are mathematicians, the other guys are computer scientists, and so we use these two different expertise to tackle the cybersecurity problem in general. In particular, QBIP deal with what is called the post-quantum cryptography. I'm absolutely not an expert on quantum computer, and no one in QBIP is expert in quantum computer. But what we know that from one side, for sure, this new capability, new computational capability will be the next advance in technology, and this kind of technology will help several different researchers around the world to make a quantum leap in several research areas. So many advances will arise in the future, also thanks to this new computational capacity. The other side of the coin, or the other side of the moon, is that if you don't use it in ethics, one of the action or capability of quantum computer is to break and crack the cryptography that we all use today to secure our communication. I mean, your connection to your home banking, your communication with your family that are today secure with what we call the classical cryptography. The quantum computer will be able to break, and we know that since the 90s, that kind of computer will be able to completely crack this cryptography that we use today. And here, QBIP. We essentially are tackling one of the two actions required to solve this problem. The first one comes from the cryptographers that around the world are designing this new crypto. And the other side are the engineers that have to understand how to make the migration of existing protocols and systems to use the new cryptography that is resistant to the quantum computer. So
quantum secure cryptography.
That's the, let's say, the field in which QBIP live essentially. So we are taking a serious step. We are one of the first two projects funded by the European Commission to understand how to essentially counteract this problem well before the quantum computer will arise, because today the capacity of the quantum computer are, let's say, not enough to break any of the cryptography that we are using. But in the near future, this will arise.
And if I can add to what Andrea said.
Yeah, for sure.
One more reason to, one way to explain to the people why this is relevant now and not after we get a powerful enough quantum computer is that there are two very important things that affect our lives every day and without even realizing that we are using it every day. So the first thing is every one of us every day in most of his digital communication is relying on the traditional cryptography to have security. But all of this security is endangered by the advent in the future of a quantum computer in the case that an actor, a government agency, or nefarious
any attacker,
anyone could be recording now conversations that are secure because are protected by the cryptography that we use today, but that will stop being secure the moment they get access to a quantum computer. So if we want to, it's called harvest now, decrypt later. So the idea is that all the conversations that we're having now, all the secrets that we are exchanging with our home banking or our private communications with anyone could be endangered right now because they are recorded now and then can be decrypted later, and that could break the cryptography. And the other important factor that is pushing us to do the transition well ahead of time and right now is that transitioning all our digital ecosystem to using the new alternatives takes a long time, both because of technological reasons. It actually takes time to migrate existing systems to new solutions, and also because we need to build the same level of trust that we have to the current cryptographic solutions that we are using for the new alternatives that are being proposed that can run in our traditional computers but are also resistant to a quantum computer.
But the point is that this transition process is not trivial. I mean, we have to take into account a lot of different variety of factors affecting this transition process depending on the context. I mean, we have to transition to this quantum secure scenario using hybrid strategies, using traditional cryptography and post-quantum cryptography combined. But we have to take into account that this process is to be applied in different scenarios. I mean, the enterprise in the civil society. I mean, you've been talking about the regular, the application that the citizens are using in a regular basis. I mean, I'm accessing my bank account or my bank app in the mobile phone every day, almost every day. And you are stating that all these transactions are affected by this post-quantum scenario. So what are the strategies we are considering for designing this transition process? What are the attributes of this transition process we have to take into account to be successful? Because at the end of the day, what we are talking about is that all the communications and networks and all the communications transactions we're using on a daily basis, all of us, in our company, in our daily basis, are affected by this quantum future that is coming. Other thing is that the consideration, we will talk fortunately afterwards on the forecasting on that, but what are these attributes of this transition process? What are going to be taken into account for being successful in this transition process?
I think I will let Andrea answer, but this is the main focus of the Qubit project. So the end result of the Qubit project is coming out with a playbook that can guide different actors into the transition with concrete steps and suggestions on how to address very specific use cases, because each different use case has different requirements, and those affect how this transition can be deployed. But Andrea can give more.
Yeah, let's say from the project perspective, we are going to address the transition at different levels. So we start from different building blocks that then are put together in real system. And the three real systems that we are considering in the project are, the first one is digital manufacturing, so essentially how to protect the connected manufacturing of the future. Of course, maybe I think the most widely spread application all over the world that is internet browsing. And the third one is how to protect the network of telco operators that are the agent that provide access to the network to every one of us. The point about the complexity is there are several points of complexity. One of the most important is that the new crypto that is now developed, essentially now developed, is not mature enough like the one that we are using today. So the crypto that we are using today essentially has been designed 30, 40 years ago. So a lot of, let's say, real world experiment has been done. This is not true for PQC. And this is why one of the most important principles of the transition is called cryptographic agility. In essence, we have to redesign or implement the existing protocols to use new crypto, but we need to be ready to change if someone in the world, some cryptographer or other scientist found a bug in this new crypto. And we cannot just remake everything. And so agility means I want to plug new implementation tomorrow, if I have to, without rewriting everything. That is what we are doing now. So the principle of cryptographic agility is, let's say, the most important in general in this field.
And one final question. I was wondering, how is the open source principle role in this crypto agility for this scenario of quantum secure future for all? I mean, is open source principles or are open source principles having a key role in this crypto agility for all the different agents involved in this transition?
Absolutely. So actually, we are using open source solutions in basically all the layers of the Qubit project. So personally, with Tampere University, we are involved in the migration of OpenSSL, which is a cryptographic library, NSS, which is another cryptographic library maintained by Mozilla and Red Hat, and Mozilla Firefox, which is an internet browser. And they are all open source components. And the fact that we can do this transition and have very transparent discussion about how to do it and what are the trade-offs and what are the alternatives and how are we choosing among the different ways of doing this transition is possible just because we are leveraging open source solutions and we are contributing back to the open source ecosystem, whatever are the solutions that we find or recommend for the transition. And that applies to other layers as well. So one of the partners, for example, you mentioned is Red Hat. So most of these experimentations also involving the end users, thanks to Cyber Voluntarios, will happen using Fedora, which is open source Linux distribution that is freely accessible. And that gives us the option to see what are the requirements and how to proceed to the transition at the operating system level. So it's not enough to just change one library or a set of libraries. Making this change in one building block affects as many ramifications across the operating system. And again, the fact that these full suite of tools are available in the open source ecosystem is what empowered us to come up with a proposal that was realistic, because doing this with a completely closed source ecosystem wouldn't have been possible, I think, not at this multi-layered approach that we proposed in Qubit.
Yeah, all the results will be packed in 10 different key exploitable results, so everything will be published on the GitHub of the project and will be available for any other cryptographer or cybersecurity expert in the world to apply them in their own system.
Great. We have time enough for 1-2 questions from the audience. 1 or 2 questions from the audience. One of them, Esther? No?
Thank you very much. The achievement of quantum supremacy feels a lot like developing a nuclear bomb. It feels, at least based on the publications, it feels that there is a race. It's more or less transparent. My question to you, is it possible to imagine a scenario that somebody achieves the quantum supremacy who is not on the radar? And do you think, is it possible, based on, like the configuration of scientists, scientific communities, and so on, because it's a big thing. It feels like hard to hide, but not impossible to hide. So first of all, is it possible to hide a development of project of this side? And the second, what if it happens? You mentioned a playbook. What if we face a sudden, quantum supremacy by one of the actors? What do we do?
So you're very right with the comparison with development of nuclear weapons. And actually, in all the language talking about the advent of a quantum computer, this parallel with like the nuclear winter and apocalyptic scenarios is constantly reused. The answer to the question is complicated in the sense that if you put 50 researchers in the same room and ask these questions, you probably will get 50 different answers on how likely this is or not, what are the chances. Personally, I believe that it's very, very improbable that a cryptographically relevant quantum computer is developed without people being aware of it. In the sense that, at least to our current knowledge of what are even just the physical resources needed to power and maintain operational a quantum computer that is powerful enough to actually break cryptography, are so big that, first of all, it requires a very big and with means organization, and also it's so big that it's very difficult for anyone else in the space not to notice that this massive amount of power is being used for something that we don't know what it is. Of course, it's not totally impossible, but personally, I believe it's not that likely to happen tomorrow. And there is a constant joke about the fact that whenever we ask when we will have this quantum computer, or like the powerful enough quantum computer, it's always, well, 10 years in the future, but it has been 10 years in the future for the past 30 years. That's why it's important to think about the fact that even though maybe it will take still a long time to have this quantum computer, the transition needs to happen way before that happens. And it's so slow. There is so much latency in the deployment of these new systems that we are now already kind of late. So we want to accelerate the transition now so that whenever that quantum supremacy was to happen, no matter who is the actor that achieves it, we are well ready. And that even an attacker that is harvesting now information to be decrypted later doesn't have years and years and years of backlog of secrets that they could decrypt suddenly and compromise our identities, our secrecy, our past communications.
Final question from the audience. Okay, so thank you very much, firstly to the audience to be here till the end. Thank you very much for joining the event. Don't forget that tomorrow we'll be back. Okay, so thank you, Nicola, Andrea. My pleasure to have you here.
And thank you for the organizations to inviting us.
Antonio. Bueno.
Oh, well. After this spectacular closing, if Jorge allows me, I want to thank everyone. I want to thank Andrea, Nicola, thanks Antonio. What a day. What a day. We've been reflecting. I don't know if you're going back home. I hope not. I hope that you will have the time to let your minds flow, that you can get to walk around Malaga, go for a walk, and you can start assimilating some of what we have heard today. So now we can close the day of today. Thanks everyone for being here, the speakers that spoke this morning, in the afternoon. Tomorrow at 10, we will start with Alexensi Directo, an organization that supports activists and media through the use of intelligence applied to technology in Russia. As you very well know, Russia is a place where media is being harassed, media is being censored, and they have to self-censor. This morning, we took a group picture, but as I said, tomorrow we're reconvening here at 10, and we'll probably take another group picture. Why not? We'll take lots of selfies, so we'll see you tomorrow. I'll be waiting for all of you tomorrow at 10. Thanks.